What's going on, Internet? Analytic here, aka Dreams, and I'd like to welcome you to mine, which I call the Notorious Mass Effect Podcast. I'm your hip hop and gaming news source with a little bit of R&B mixed in. For the life update, let's just say, got a couple degrees, and no, I'm not talking about the weather because, of course, it's super hot out here, and a certification to go along with that. So, in the case of life, well, also to add on to that, may or may not be switching to a bigger pad. So, in that sense, it's been going well, and I just gotta say that as far as the current residence that I used to be in, it's been a great time. You know, it's always a bittersweet moment when you got to leave the pad that made you a man. For all my college people out there, guys specifically, you probably know what I'm talking about. So many different experiences, so many different life lessons, all in one pad. Because mind you, let me turn off the applause. Mind you, I've been on this pad for the majority of my entire majority of my collegiate years were spent in this pad. So, safe to say, there's been a few memories that will be forever long lasting. And do of that what you will. So anyways, I'm moving to a bigger pad, certification, degrees, family's healthy. It's really nothing to complain about. Life is great, and taking it one step at a time, I believe that the blessings will continue to roll in. So that being said, speaking of blessings, of course, everybody who's listening now, y'all are a blessing, and hopefully y'all had a blessed half of the year so far. And getting to the analytical side of things, my YouTube surpassed 20,000 subscribers. Now, I probably should have used the applause button for that, but I totally forgot. So, we surpassed 20,000 subscribers on my Analytic Dreams YouTube channel. That is actually insane. I remember being in high school, and one of my friends used to be a Call of Duty YouTuber, and I think he had around 1,200 subscribers. And to me, that was the biggest thing in the world, because you picture 1,200 people in a room, and as a little kid, that's how you just look at the subscriber count. Like, man, this guy has this many people following him. So fast forward all the way into my young adolescent years to have 20,000 subscribers on YouTube. Definitely something I don't take for granted, and something I like to point out at every single episode, because y'all support is definitely not taken for granted. And best believe the grind is nonstop, because when I tell you these past few months have been lovely as far as being a podcaster, I don't think basketball has ever brought me this type of enjoyment. I don't think, what's on my other hobbies? Well, I guess listening to music definitely brought me that enjoyment. Playing games definitely brought me that enjoyment. Well, you get the point. It's top 3, right? Or top 5. It's one of the most enjoyable things I've ever created in life. It's kind of like creating a baby and watching that baby actually come to something. You know what I'm saying? Instead of being like one of these drill rappers out in Florida that we're about to get into. But hey, you know what I mean? My fault. I got ahead of myself. But just know that will be one of the topics for this episode. So anyways, 20,000 subscribers for YouTube. About 6,200 followers on Twitter. And 8,100 followers on TikTok. So of course, if you want to follow any of those social medias, my link tree is in my bio. Just click it and it'll take you to all my links all in one place. That's how I'm always expressing and emphasizing to click my link tree in my bio, because that's the best way to keep up with anything I do when it comes to Notorious Mass Effect. And then, of course, let's talk about the episode. So episode 139 so episode 139, we're going to be getting into a plethora of topics. As I'm recording this, the BET Awards are happening. So I don't feel comfortable reviewing it until it's concluded. So if I finish this episode and it's over, I may then review the BET Awards and just put it at the beginning of the episode. Well, not the beginning, but in my music segments, my music part of the episode. But as of right now, the awards are still going, so I'm not going to cover that, but I am letting y'all know that as of me recording this, it's still going on, so I don't lose my black card. Nowadays, hey, that's a big deal. You know what I'm saying? Hey, certified what? No, just let me chill. All right. So at the end of the day, episode 139 is titled, "Can Elden Ring Make History by Winning Game of the Year Twice?" So of course, we're going to be getting into the DLC for one of the greatest games of all time, which is Elden Ring, and the DLC, which is titled Shadow of the Erdtree. We're going to get into a lot of different details with that. We're going to start off with some music, of course, like we always do, get into music, news, gaming, and then we're going to end with a little beef, because who doesn't love a kerfuffle or two, So, and before that, one of the newest things I've implemented into these episodes that people seem to enjoy, so I'm gonna continue to do it, especially my mobile gamers out there. I still see y'all. I talked about y'all in one segment for mobile gaming. Y'all definitely came out and supported in droves, so I'm gonna keep continuing to give you y'all's flowers as far as how great that community is doing. So I'm gonna highlight your games as well. So with that being said, obviously Notorious, Mass Effect. Let's get into the biggest creations when it comes to the gaming and music sides to affect the masses, right? Of course, in 2024, and for the month of July. So that being said, the most popular games on Steam for all my PC players, we're going to start off with gaming. So my PC players out there, the most popular games that y'all have been consuming has been Counter-Strike 2, Elden Ring, of course, Dota 2, Banana, and PUBG Battlegrounds. Now, as far as the discrepancy in numbers, Counter-Strike 2 has 653,000 players as we speak. So as far as 24-hour peak, Dota 2 is the only thing that came close to it with 726,000. But just know that Counter-Strike 2 is by far the most popular game on Steam. So as far as PC players, Counter-Strike 2 is like what Call of Duty and GTA is for console players. So that's the most impactful games when it comes to infecting the masses for PC players. Now, let's get into Xbox. So on the Xbox side, if I can find it, I always have trouble finding it. Let me see. I think it should be right here. Yeah, here we go. All right, so for Xbox players, y'all are also playing Elden Ring, GTA, Minecraft. Is that FIFA? No, it's FC24. Did they change the name? Oh, I think they did change the name not too long ago. I'm tripping. So yeah, the new soccer game, and then Rainbow Six Siege. So that's the top 5 when it comes to Xbox players. So can't nobody say y'all don't play no games, because y'all are currently playing one of the best games ever created in Elden Ring, and it's actually in this list twice. So as far as the top 5, it's taking up 3 spots. How does it do that, you may ask? Well, there's a Shadow of the Erdtree edition of Elden Ring. There's the Elden Ring regular edition, and then there's the Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree bundle. So to not get confused, if you bought the base game, that counts as 1. If you already had the base game, but you bought the Shadow of the Erdtree premium bundle, that counts as another game. But if you didn't have either, but wanted to get it in one purchase, there's a bundle for Elden Ring and the DLC. So I'm just breaking that down for those who are a little confused. But of course, what I personally recommend is to play the base game. No matter what they tell you, do not rush into the DLC. Beat the game, the base game, and then get into the DLC. The base game should take you about 80 to 100 hours. I know saying that out loud is kind of insane, but once you start playing the game, you will understand why a lot of people have spent a boatload of time in it. It's kind of like when I played Cyberpunk. You don't really realize how many hours you put into a game when it's good. Well, not even good, excuse me. When it's amazing, when it's great. Like, spending hours in a game, an amazing game, is like spending minutes. And for all my gamers out there, you probably understand what I'm saying. So yeah, Elden Ring, that's why I'm not counting all 3 spots. So we're just going to say Elden Ring is at number 1. GTA Online is at number 2. Minecraft is at number 3. FC 24 Standard Edition, which is the soccer game, the new name for the soccer game, is at 4. And Rainbow Six Siege is at number 5. So those are the biggest games when it comes to impacting the masses for Xbox players. Now, let's switch gears into my Sony ponies, because let me tell y'all something. When it comes to the top 10 games, not gonna lie, y'all definitely are an interesting batch. Let's just leave it at that, because as far as having Spider-Man, The Last of Us, God of War as exclusives, you would think those will have higher sales as far as the top 10 games in the country, right? Of course not. So for PlayStation players, the top 5 games are Fortnite, NBA 2K24, Elden Ring made its way onto number 3. So congratulations to the PlayStation players out there. At least y'all are playing one good game. Call of Duty at number 4, and then College Football Deluxe Edition at 25. And you probably are wondering, why is that 25 if it haven't even came out yet? And that's simply because of the pre-order date. Because I believe the release date, if I can find it, the release date is July 19th, 2024. So very soon. Hey, this game is going to come out July 19th and shake up the world. I'm not really just saying that to be lighthearted. I know I don't really talk about sports games in the same breath as other games that deserve to be recognized throughout the year. Because, I believe in innovation. And that's why I champion certain games like Elden Ring, Cyberpunk. But, to be fair, college football in itself is way more rich when it comes to tradition. Simply for the fact that college football, I think there's more passion in it as far as the traditions and culture versus Madden. Or versus the pros. So, hopefully my professional fans don't get mad at that statement, but I just feel like college atmosphere has way more culture than professional. So anyways, yeah, I'm looking forward to that game coming out July 19th. But those are the top 5 for PlayStation players. So you have Fortnite at number 1, NBA 2K24 at number 2, Elden Ring at number 3, Call of Duty at number 4, and then College Football 25 at number 5. So that's the biggest games when it comes to affecting the masses for PlayStation players. Now, of course, I told you I wasn't going to forget about you. My mobile game players out there, let me tell you something. I don't know if this is just a constant theme, but these best or biggest mobile games have not changed in the slightest. So anyways, Roblox, Mobile Legends Bang Bang, Cookie Run Kingdom, Squad Busters, and Marvel Contest of Champions are in the top 5 of the biggest mobile games, or the most popular mobile games. So, and I believe this list changes. Like, I don't think it's just the same games every time. It's just like for the past 2 to 3 months, these have been the leading games as far as mobile. So, yeah, I'm trying to double check that. Yeah. So, anyways, to reiterate that list, we had Roblox, Mobile Legends Bang Bang, Cookie Run Kingdom, Squad Busters, and Marvel Contests of Champions to round out the top 5 games that's impacted the masses when it came to mobile gamers. Now, switching gears and getting into music, Lord knows that hip-hop is in an interesting place like right now. Let's just leave it at that, because while I will say the ladies are definitely stepping up, the gentlemen are not. And I don't know if that's just because they're looking for that number 1 spot, so they're hesitant to drop. But The top 5 when it comes to impacting the masses are all of Caucasian descent. And of course, there's nothing wrong with that, but I'm just pointing out for the masses, right? Somebody got to do it. So anyways, the top albums that are impacting the masses right now is, of course, Taylor Swift with the Tortured Poets Department. Who in the world is going to dethrone her when she's consistently putting up 115,000 unit sales every single week? And that's at bare minimum, 115,000. And then the second biggest album in the world currently is Gracie Abrams' The Secret of Us, which, keep in mind, this album just came out. Gracie Abrams, or is it somebody else? I think I'm thinking of Sabrina. I don't think Sabrina's put out her album yet, but I think Gracie has some type of track that was popular. I forget which track it was. But anyways, Gracie Abrams came out with an album, and that's the second most played album in the world. But there's a significant drop off, as this album is 87,000 weekly units for this week. And keep in mind, this album just came out, so that's the highest that she's going to reach, and then it's going to start to trickle down. No disrespect to Gracie Abrams, because of course 87,000 units moved in the first week is beyond impressive. Remember, 1,400 streams equals 1 unit sale, roughly. Approximately 1,400 streams equals 1 unit sale, unless you just straight out buy it or purchase a digital copy. But and most people stream, so I was just throwing that out there for you. So that's 87,000 unit sales for the first week. Morgan Wallen, man, the only white guy that be out here saying the N-word and don't nobody care. Not I'm just joking. So Morgan Wallen has the third most popular album in the world with One Thing at a Time, and that's sold about 72,000 this week. Then we have Billie Eilish with the fourth most listened to album in the world with Hit Me Hard and Soft. And then my favorite Latin musician, which I would say is surprising to see on this list, but just like Gracie Abrams, he just put this album out. So of course this is going to be the highest sales he will have, and then it'll start to trickle down, which is nothing wrong with it. I'm just pointing it out. So Peso Pluma just put out his album Ex Soto and sold 65,000 copies first week. So he currently has the 5th most played album in the world. So congrats to Peso Pluma. I'm really glad to see the numbers being what it is, because of course when you're an overseas artist, you have to have a certain amount of US artists for it to even count towards RIAA certification, and that's for gold, platinum, and diamond type certifications. You have to have a certain number of US units. So obviously Peso Pluma is putting up numbers to even be counted in this US list, as far as it's not US, but as far as like overall certified unit sales. You still have to have a certain number of United States sales, and you can say that's American bias, and you would be correct. So it's nice to see a Peso Pluma having the 5th most popular album in the world. So that's the biggest albums when it comes to impacting the masses. We have Taylor Swift, The Tortured Poets Department, Gracie Abrams, The Secret of Us, Morgan Wallen, One Thing at a Time, Billie Eilish, Hit Me Hard and Soft, and then Peso Pluma, Ex Soto. And then to round this off, because I was going to get into the top TikTok songs, but honestly, who cares, right? Like, it's just going to reflect into the overall Billboard chart data analytics. So I'm not talking about TikTok. I'll talk about TikTok whenever I review new music, which you've seen me do a number of times. So for the top 5 tracks that's been impacting the masses, of course, we have Sabrina Carpenter at number 1. The most played song in the world is, well, that title is held by Sabrina Carpenter currently with her track Please Please Please. Been on the charts for 2 weeks and still at number 1. The second most played track in the world is, of course, my boy Post Malone featuring Morgan Wallen himself with the track I Had Some Help. And that's been on the charts for about 6 weeks, so a little bit more impressive, but it peaked at number 1. But it's been on the charts for 6 weeks, and it's only moved down to number 2. Then we have the third most played song in the world with the bar song, in parentheses, Tipsy, by Shaboozey. one of my favorite albums of this year and one of my favorite artists of this year. And let me tell you, whoever found him, as far as the Beyonce camp, as far as the Rock Nation camp, they need to be promoted, because to find a talent like this, to highlight it on a Beyonce album, and then for him to come out with his own album and for it to sound even more amazing, it's just a feat in itself. So Shaboozey's having himself a great year as far as 2024. So A Bar Song is the third most played track in the world. Has been on the charts for about 10 weeks and peaked at number 3. So it's been holding pretty steady. Then we have the fourth most played song in the world is once again Espresso by Sabrina Carpenter. Definitely having a great year when it comes to specific track sales. And Espresso has been on the charts for about 10 weeks and is peaked at number 3, but it's currently the fourth most played song in the world. And then to round off this music's analytic talk, $1 Million Baby is the fifth most played song in the world by Tommy Richmond. Track's been on the charts for about 8 weeks, peaked at number 2, slid all the way down to number 5, which is not too far, still the fifth most played song in the world. So with that being said, to recap my list, we have Please 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 with Sabrina Carpenter, which is the most played song in the world. Post Malone and Morgan Wallen, I Had Some Help, as second most played song in the world. Shaboozey with The Bar Song, third most played song in the world. Espresso by Sabrina Carpenter, the fourth most played song in the world. And then $1 Million Baby by Tommy Richmond, which is the fifth most played song in the world. And with that being said, let's get into episode 139, which is titled, Can Elden Ring Make History by Winning Game of the Year Twice? But before that, make sure to click my link tree in my bio to access my social medias and follow to keep up on my latest activities. If you want to support the show financially, click my Cash App link located towards the bottom of my link tree, as it helps the show overall. Also, make sure to share this podcast, rating the show 5 stars, as this helps the show reach more people so we can grow together and affect the masses. And with that being said, let's get into the first topic of episode 139, which is explanation of a Drake documentary and a new movie that Drake is putting out. Starting another episode with my favorite musician, because keeping it 8 more than 92 means that sometimes you gotta tell it like it is. So currently, Drake is going through a tough time, to say the least. But to say the most, Drake has one track charting in the top 100. Drake has one album charting in the top 50. Guess where that one album is? All the way at number 50. So it took the 50th spot in the top 50. So, safe to say, Drake is having a monumental achievement in the lack of analytical production, because it is a recession in the Drake analytic department. I don't know what it is, because it's not for lack of trying, because we just got out of one of the biggest hip hop beefs of all time. And then if you look at Kendrick's numbers, this man has 2 albums charting in the top 50, which is his album Damn, and then his album Good Kid, Mad City. And then if we come to his tracks, we have Not Like Us, which is the 6th most played song in the world. Euphoria, which is the 52nd most played song in the world. So he has 2 tracks charting in the top 100. And Drake currently only has one. And guess what that one track is attached to? The one and only Sexy Red. So off of Sexy Red's album, their specific track, You My Everything featuring Drake is Drake's only charting track in 2024. Now, of course, he just dropped a track with, I forgot her name. He just dropped a track with, I ain't gonna lie, she's irrelevant, so I don't even care to say her name. I'm just trying to find if that track is charting. Let me see. So that track is also not projected to chart. So it is a sad time to be a Drake fan, because as far as analytical superiority, which we usually hang our hat on, it's just the commercialized effect of Drake is not there. Trying to see where the track with that one girl will be. I totally forgot her name. I'm not even trying to be funny. I totally forgot what that artist's name was. Camila Cabello. That was her name. Okay. Yeah, the Drake and Cabello track is nowhere to be found. Isn't that fantastic? Yeah, July 6th. So these are like projections. These are like in the future, and it's still not there. Okay, well, yeah, man. So hopefully Drake gets it together, because right now it just looks like he's kind of being desperate as far as his track releases and it not sticking on the charts. So I would advise to take a break. And with that being said, let's get into the real. After 4 minutes of talking about my favorite artist, let's get into the real reason this is even a segment. So because of Drake having a recession when it comes to performing on the charts and just his overall perception by the public, we're going to switch gears and focus on his photographer. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, if you think just because Drake ain't performing on the charts that we're going to stop talking about him, hey, guess what? You got another thing coming. So Theo Scudra, who is a Toronto native, has been documenting Drake's life and work for the past 8 years. And the reason I'm even covering him is because it's this one video, once again, Analytic Dreams video on Spotify, to see the video along with the audio. Because, of course, I would like to talk about Drake even more, but he's not performing right now. So let's just talk about his photographer. And isn't it a great coincidence that his photographer just gave us something to talk about? So recently, he put up unreleased video of a music video he directed back in 2018 for one of Drake's best albums of all time, which is Scorpion. So the track Mob Ties, which of course is a reference track by Vori, which came about not too recently. And if you want to hear my take on that, just type in Vori Analytic Dreams and it should pop up. But anyways, so the Vori reference track Mob Ties, which Drake took and ran with, had a music video shot for it by Theo Scudra. And basically there was unreleased footage, and that unreleased footage is what I have to show for you right now. So once again, Analytic Dreams video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. But without further ado, here is the unreleased video from the Drake Mob Ties music video.
Drake needs a package picked up and brought back here before I end the show. You got that? Okay. I need you to get it, don't open it, and bring it right back. Give it to him.
Please bless all these people in this circle. Allow them on the path that they're destined. Just be appreciative of what we get to do every single night. So with that being said, in the name of Christ.
All right, so as you can see, it's written and directed by Theo Scudra, and then, of course, starring a bunch of other people. But the biggest thing with this is he released this video June 31st. No, June 30th. Yeah. He released this yesterday, which at the time of me recording this is July 1st. So he released this June 30th, and this was unreleased footage for a track off of an album that came back in 2018. So with that being said, some of the biggest ways to get around your favorite artists, your favorite inspirations, just your favorite people in general is to be a photographer. Because one of the things about being a photographer is everybody needs a photographer. It's kind of like being in the marketing department. Everybody could use some type of assistance when it comes to making the public perception bigger. So with that, public perception more positive, but also the public exposure bigger. So everybody can use a marketing person, a photographer. So if you want to get around your favorite just creatives, I would say photography is one of the better ways to do that. So anyways, Theo Scooger, getting back into his whole background, has been documenting Drake's life for about 8 years. And then, of course, his black and white style is one of the more notable styles that he uses over and over again when he's taking pictures. And then another thing to note is, something popped up. Okay, another thing to note is that Scooger's father was a photographer and his mother was an artist and photography enthusiast. So definitely grew up with a lot of prestigious information when it came to people already in that field. So anyways, shooting with Drake, he talks about meeting him from Degrassi before the release of Take Care. Talk about being a day one, right? And then after that, his significant photo of Drake taken during the Marvin's Room video shoot was used as a single for the cover art Trust Issues. If you don't know what the cover art for Trust Issues looks like, let me pull it up for you. Let's see. Trust Issues. Yeah, I think it's this one right here. All right, so this picture right here is the picture that he took for Trust Issues. I thought it was going to be the Marvin's Room picture. I don't know why I thought it was going to be like, I don't really recognize that picture, but hey, it's whatever, you know. So anyways, Scooger joined Drake on tour. And remind you, this is Drake's photographer for like the past 8 years. So it's not like just some random guy that just hopped into Drake's camp. So Scooger joined Drake on tour, starting with the Would You Like a Tour back in 2013, back when, you know, he put Kendrick and A$AP Rocky on, and only for them to turn on him in the future. But hey, that's besides the point, right? Like, who wants to deal with facts? So anyways, Drake's life on tour and his creative process, obviously Scooger was very involved with and saw his day-to-day happenings and how he dealt with his preparation for a tour. And of course, with a lot of unpredictable situations, destinations, he wanted to highlight that through his photography and just capture that whole journey by Drake. So with that, he also has ties to Toronto because he's from there. He's a Toronto native, and it remains his favorite place to work, of course, and his upbringing and exposure in Toronto and just various films and just art in general when it comes to Toronto has shaped his artistic vision. And then some of the other things about shooting Drake, some most memorable moments, he includes some of his world tours, and then of course the music video productions. One of the music videos I just showed you, which is unreleased footage from the Mob Ties music video from back in 2018. He's talking about Scooger. He's directed videos such as Nonstop, When to Say When, Chicago Freestyle, War, showcasing a lot of different styles in his photography and his documentary-like style. I think I said style twice, but y'all get what I'm saying, right? A lot of the behind the scenes is done by him as far as the photo shoots and things of that nature. And I also have a video that this was released like 8 years ago, I believe. Let me see. How long ago was this? This came out. This came out Why is it so hard to find the date for this? Oh, 4 years ago. I'm tripping. It was right there the whole time. Yeah, so 4 years ago, this it was like behind the scenes. Basically, the title of the video, if you wanted to look it up, is On Tour with Drake through the lens of Tootsie Slide Director. They call him Tootsie Slide Director. That's so disrespectful. Director Theo Scudra. That's crazy. So yeah, I wanted to play this, kind of get a glimpse, or give you a glimpse on what he sounds like, what he looks like, and kind of his breakdown of just how being around Drake was very very pivotal for him. Because one thing about Drake is he's one of the greatest musicians to ever do it. So that should not be taken lightly, as everybody and their mom wants to be a rapper if you're coming from a certain background. But Drake has been able to put hip hop on a global scale when it comes to getting other demographics involved, to the point where now, because of Drake, it's kind of like the Caitlin Clark effect. Hip hop has more monetary value for other musicians, and it's simply because of the other demographics brought in by who? You guessed it, Drake. Just like Eminem did way back in the day when there was Jay-Z, when there was Nas. Not to say there wasn't real rappers carrying the culture, but as far as the masses and different demographics being engaged, you know the type of rappers that people gravitate towards. I mean, why y'all think why y'all think Tommy Richmond has the 5th most played song in the world right now with $1 Million Baby? I mean, there's a reason for it. And I don't think it's a bad thing. You need your Caitlin Clarks to make the whole league more profitable. So, hey, with that being said, let's get into the video of Theo Scudra right now, of him talking about Drake and his what he does. I'm gonna skip around, of course, because there's a lot of dramatic moments throughout this.
Like one eye cramped up into that part where he was at the bar going like this. I'm cramped up into this corner, and I like got a frame. Went to
Once again, Analytic Dreams video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio.
The side, and I was just kind of like one eye there, and I was like, oh, that's 8 feet, that's 10 feet, that's 12 feet. Always back to like, now I'm DJ 4. But you just do it. I get to shoot constantly. Like, that's one of the blessings of this job, is I'm in a constant state of production all the time. My name's Theo Scudra. I'm a director, a photographer, and a cinematographer. A year ago, we were having dinner in Vegas, and he was just like, what do you think about falling back from photography a lot this year and just filming way more? Yeah, can we shoot on film? And he's like, can you? And I was like, yeah. And then went home and started figuring out if that was possible. And we realized quickly that that camera was the only camera that was going to allow us to do it. Finding out that was the only camera we could use, then you find out how rare it is. You can't get those things anymore. So like, and we had to start shooting soon. And yeah, luckily fate sort of let that thing land in my lap. Like in an interesting space. I have an access that I think enables me to shoot something that's, I guess, more authentic, which I think is a pretty like original working relationship between.
Right now they're showing all type of behind the scenes footage of Drake tour.
Have something like that that's been developed over such a long period of time. I don't even think he notices the camera much anymore. It's pretty natural what we get up to. I think that what we've always gravitated towards is much more of like a kind of docu-style music video, like Nonstop, which was just as simple a concept as, we're gonna be in London next week. We got wireless and a good party after. Let's go shoot a music video. For this New York video, I think that a lot of it just had to do with leaning in heavily to that classic New York thing of the bridge in the background. We're not trying to claim creative genius over any of that. That's clearly been done by any artist with a 5D on a rooftop in New York. But I think that like seeing him in that atmosphere and seeing him doing that stuff, it'll always be something a little bit different. A lot of the time it's me just with a camera shooting as if it's a documentary. Once we start shooting and shooting and shooting, we can figure out what the flow of the video is going to be, what we need more of, and when we feel like we've got what we need, then, you know, it's usually a wrap. nothing new. Stills is nothing new. I started doing that when I was a kid. My dad was a photographer. His dad was a photographer as well. It was just something that was always in the household. So, you know, I had like Nikon dinner placemats and cameras and lenses lying around all over the place that were almost like toys I'd play with. I do remember early on, like coming back from trips or a vacation, having my dad look at it and kind of critique it almost like an editorial department would, and saying, oh, that's great, or that's great, or that's shit, you know, like try this, try that. It was the beginning of me thinking about photography as something more than just a hobby. And then that sort of developed into filmmaking, and filmmaking took on a life of its own. All that led to film school, and film school led to short films, which led to meeting actors in the city, which led to me meeting Drake. On Marvin's Room, I took a photo of him that I wasn't really supposed to take. The director snapped at me and he said, no, Drake said, no, it's all good, don't worry about it, just send me that photo, and I did, and he ended up using it for the single art for Trust Issues. And from then on, his creative director just said, yeah, just keep coming out and keep taking photos, and then it was in a set of headlines. He was like, so, do you want to come on tour? There's something that happens on tour, you know, it gets very repetitive. You're doing 70 shows over 2 months. And after a while, you start taking the same photo, and that kind of causes you to like start venturing out and trying to find something different. And that was something that was different, you know, the idea of this guy by himself sweeping up an entire stadium of confetti. That was one moment that just felt very in the wake of the rush of that show and that chaos. And you can imagine the before and after was this like crazy confetti drop of fireworks and light. And then there's this guy after, sort of in the reality of that. You sort of know where everybody's going to be in the process of a show. You know where the warm-up's going to be.
By the way, I probably should have talked about the runtime for this video. It's not that long. It's only 8 minutes. We're almost through with it. So don't think we're about to be here for like an hour or two. Of course, you know, that's not what we do over here. I'm just throwing this video in there because it's short. So it's almost over.
There's this guy after, sort of in the reality of that. You sort of know where everybody's going to be in the process of a show. You know where the warm-up's going to be, you know where the walkout's going to be, and 30, 40 shows in, you're starting to figure out ways of maybe capturing it a little bit differently. That shot of the dancers walking to the stage is a product of that, you know, again, knowing that they're going to walk that line, seeing those arrows was something that I remember running ahead of the pack to go get, and then just getting one chance at that one shot. I knew that he was going to go down into the staging area, and I guess it was just a moment that lasted all of 1 second that I was just lucky to capture.
I never know when to skip because I never know when he's going to start talking or not.
When you're thinking about an audience, the last thing you're thinking about is their feet. But there's, I guess, a moment in that frame when everybody's, it's not just up off the seat, it's like on the seat. And I think that that's something that I really love about it. And it's also just like the contrast of it in black and white, the numbering and labeling, and you can see the organization of how a crowd is laid out. And then there's just a good kind of cross-section of people and genre within the shoes that they wear. It just feels like there's a lot going on to it, but it's all within one frame. There's a photo of Drake and Cole that I really like. Two guys who I think are like just like the greatest at what they do in the most authentic moment possible. Catching them in like just a very low-key moment, very casual, friendly moment to me, I think is like a rare thing to see. I was really happy with that one.
Jermaine's still in the hip-hop timeout, just in case you was wondering.
Element of the job. When you're holding a camera up, you're definitely not experiencing the moment. I feel like the more fun everyone else is having, the more I'm working. The vibe that we'll be a part of in London is way different than the one that we'll be a part of in LA. The reason we travel to these different places is always different. You know, it could be to catch a vibe in a different city because of the vibe that that city brings. Or if we're going to like, you know, Saudi Arabia, Dubai. There's always sort of motivation to being at a place like that I guess changes like the style of what I do and the work that I do, but Toronto is home, no matter what. I'd still feel like you might get the best of certain things in other cities, if it's like Paris for architecture or New York and LA for food, but I feel like when it all comes together, Toronto is just the greatest place on earth.
And I think that's it. Yeah, that's basically it. Let me see. Yeah. All right. So basically, I played all that to say this. So the biggest thing to bring it full circle is that Drake needs to take a break. Obviously, his analytical performance on the charts is not as great as it used to be. And as a Drake fan, I would probably say that this is just a moment in time where your analytical performance will not be what you want it to be as far as musically. So this direction, as far as Theo Scudra always being around you, always wanting to put out stuff just to captivate your career, and his future ambitions of making feature-length projects, but also wanting to remain focused, well, also wanting you to be his also wanting his photography to career to be centered around you, as far as talking about Drake. I think that is the perfect solution for what you are going through. So by taking a break, you can get into another creative medium, which is maybe making a documentary, maybe making a short film, whether it's a movie. It doesn't even have to be a documentary. You can make a movie with, you're Drake. You can make a short film, you can make a movie, which is a full-length film, or you could make probably a docu-series of not yourself, but maybe something around music. Like, it's so many different realms you can go into, and I think for Theo Scudra, he could be very pivotal in that transition into taking a break on solely music, taking a break this year and focusing on a different medium, which could be, a film or some type of film that you and him put together. So that's the biggest reason I even wanted to talk about this. I know I joked at the beginning talking about me just want to have a Drake topic at the beginning of my episode, but I think it's really important that Drake recognizes the state of the culture and capitalizes off of people not wanting to hear from him musically. Because I don't think that means people don't want to hear from him. It's just right now we don't want to hear music. So to bring it full circle again, I keep bringing it full circle, right? The tracks with Sexy Red, the Wagwan Delilah, the track with Camila Cabello, those seem like desperate attempts to keep your name relevant in the music landscape. And as we've seen throughout the history, if you it don't necessarily have to be a full transition, but if you don't pivot to something to where you can have two mainstream impactful creative visions, then I think that you put yourself in a box to making people think that you can only impact the masses through music, which I think is far from the case as being a Drake stan. So take a break from music, transition into like a short film, documentary, movie, something like that. And Theo Scudra, in all intents and purposes, seems to be your best bet as far as a executive producer, or probably the main director. So with that being said, that's all I've really had for this segment. Click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Theo Scudra and Drake's relationship? And would you like to see more video of the Mob Ties music video shot by Theo Scudra? And also, my last question, I know I'm asking you all type of questions. What do you think Drake should do in the lowest analytical performance of his career? Analytic Dreams video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, because this, ladies and gentlemen, is simply outrageous. Now, what might that be, you may ask? Shaquille O'Neal posted this to his IG story, and I just want y'all to take a gander. Okay, so after you've looked at it, right? Complex Music, of course, they ask the most obvious question. Why in the world would Shaq post this? Now, for the people listening to the audio only version, just know that Shaq put up a Photoshop picture of him and a girl in a pool, but Photoshop Drake's head onto the girl in the pool. Why? The world may never know. Shaq posted this, seemingly poking fun at Drake for no reason, right? Because there's no title, no caption, and guess what? In his story, you can see at the top, BBL Drizzy is the chosen soundtrack for this specific IG story post. So, of course, Shaq is trying to be funny. Why in the world is Shaq poking fun at Drake for no reason on June 23rd, 2024 at 11 something a.m.? Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's simply because at this point, bashing Drake is the best way to market your music. As June 28th, 2024, Shaquille O'Neal put out an album titled You Can't Stop the Rain. Now, before you may say something or ask to yourself, I didn't know Shaq made music. Well, you're probably out of the loop, because this album was originally released on November 19th, 1996. And most music connoisseurs would say it's Shaq's most significant rap project. So what's the best way to get into the media? What's the best way to get into the hip hop media ecosphere? Bash Drake randomly. So this is where the creation of this picture makes sense. Shaq posts this. You got academics talking about it, Joe Budden talking about it, Breakfast Club talking about it. So now you're in the hip hop media cycle. And guess what? It's not random, because now a re-release of one of your most significant rap projects is back on, well, not back, but is now available on streaming platforms as of June 28th, 2024. You really have to pay attention to the marketing landscape, because a lot of smoke and mirrors are played simply for the overall result to be more exposure to whatever they're selling. So Shaq posted this because he wanted more music fans to know that he put out a new album, which, to be fair, I was not familiar with your game, my brother, because I wish I had the drop. I don't know if I could find that drop. That's one of my favorite drops, and I don't have it. Not familiar with your game. Let me see if I can find this drop, because this is specifically how. Oh wait, oh my! That's why I didn't do this on purpose. Shaq's the one that said that. I'm tripping. I don't know why I didn't put two and two together. But Shaq's the one who said this. I swear I didn't I don't know. I guess I'm slow because I forgot that Shaq said this. But anyway, this is one of my favorite clips. Let's play it right quick. I don't know if I could play this on my on the video because it's TNT. You know, they be tripping. But anyways, let's just play it to the side. Hopefully it's not too loud.
My camera. Devin Booker, I'm sorry, I owe you an apology. I got on TV and said you will not go 20 for 25 again. You messed around and went 14 for 18, 3 of the 4. So, sir, I apologize. Love the way you're playing. And again, now we have a series.
30.
Was that the familiar with the game? I don't think that was a clip. Hold up, maybe it's this one.
Shaq, I owe you an apology. I wasn't really familiar with your game, and you know how you travel.
Man, you're a casual.
You know, played 16 times.
Oh, he called him a casual. Is that Christian Wood? Oh, yeah, it is Christian Wood. That's funny. But anyways, let's play it again.
Christian, it's Shaq. I owe you an apology. I wasn't really familiar with your game, and you know how you travel.
Man, you're a casual.
You were casual. It's crazy to Shaq. But anyways, all right. So that's one of my favorite sayings in general, because it applies to so many different things. And for this in particular, it applies to my knowledge about the ability of Shaq's rapping. Shaq's rapping ability, I very much underestimated, because let me tell you something, he sounds like a whole different person on this album. And it's not even that. Let's get into the main reason I'm even covering this, because if Shaq just put out an album simply by himself, I'm not gonna lie to you, I probably wouldn't care. But his I'm very biased because simply of my podcast title. So his relationship with Notorious B.I.G. is one of the main reasons I wanted to cover this album, as who knew that Shaq and Notorious B.I.G. had the type of relationship that they had. Like, when I did more research and just figured out the overall landscape of not only Shaq, but just his relationship with Notorious B.I.G., I thought that was very impactful, because it's just one of those things to where, because of hip hop and basketball having so much in common as far as correlation to like inspiring one another, it's just very interesting to hear how Shaq has so many recording sessions with the likes of a Nas, with the likes of a Jay-Z, and of course with the likes of a Notorious B.I.G. So through those recording sessions, the track No Love Lost came out, and that had not only Jay-Z on it, but Nas on it, all the way back in the 90s. So just think about that and how Jay-Z and Nas' relationship was back then. And of course, they said it wasn't released due to clearance issues and sample issues, things of that nature. But we know the real reason why that wasn't released. Jay-Z probably didn't want any type of promotion on Nas's name through him. So of course, that's probably why it got blocked. But I think the biggest thing with that is having the only, because I think it's the only Nas. Oh, I'm tripping. No, it's not, because I think DJ Khaled has one. Yeah, DJ Khaled has a Jay-Z and Nas track, which is Sorry Not Sorry. And then Jay-Z has a collaboration with Nas all the way back on American Gangster, and that came out 2007. So I'm tripping. So it's not the first Nas and Jay-Z. I don't know why I said that in the article. Definitely. When you actually study hip hop, you could be like, hey, aren't you like a journalist out here spreading lies? That's crazy. So anyways, I was like, that's definitely not their first collab. So yeah, Jay-Z and Nas, they have Sorry Not Sorry, Success, which is 2, and then I think that's it. Yeah, so they already have 2 tracks out. And then Black Republican, so that's 3. I think that's it. Let me see. Yeah, I think that's it. So yeah, they have 3 tracks, and this makes 4 as far as Nas and Jay-Z on the same particular track. So anyways, getting back into the Shaq album is still a monumental accomplishment nonetheless, because getting those 2 premier wordsmiths on the same track is just achievement, a lifetime achievement in itself. So the track No Love Lost eventually came out, and this collaboration had Jay-Z and Nas recording together. So it wasn't like no old, well, back in the day, they didn't have internet. I mean, I'm not going to say they didn't have internet, but, the technology capabilities wasn't what it is today, right? So they were sitting in the same studio recording this track. Like, just imagine how just legendary that is. Shaq, Jay-Z, Nas, all in a room making music together. Kind of insane. So another thing that was insane is that Notorious B.I.G. was supposed to be on that song as well, talking about the No Love Lost. But due to sample clearance challenges, it prevented Biggie's verse from also being included on the Jay-Z and Nas track. So I think the moment Shaq was trying to create, I'm pretty sure the major labels probably stepped in. It was like, hey, we can use that in our own album. Let's not give that moment to Shaq. That's what I would think could have possibly happened. Because if you don't know, this re-release with this 1996 re-release album that they just put out in 2024 is under Jerry Legends Productions, which is a music label associated with Shaquille O'Neal, and it's part of Authentic Studios, which is a full-service production company that develops film, television, audio, commercial content based on the Authentic brand group's portfolio of brands. And then Jersey Legends Productions has been involved with various projects, including the stand-up comedy shows like All-Star Comedy Jam and a lot of other music releases and things of that nature. So I'm not going to say he's independent, of course, but it's not your Atlantics, your Warners, your UMGs. Like, it's not your normal subsidiary that you're used to hearing in the music landscape. So with that being said, a lot of things that he tried to pull off may have been trying to get, may have had the higher ups trying to block it, even if his authentic relationships with these people wouldn't have minded being out. So basically, the higher ups were hating on Shaq and his authentic connections to a Notorious, to a Jay-Z, and to a Nas. So another thing is that Shaq and Allen Iverson were recently appointed as executives at Reebok, aiming to revive the iconic sneakers like 50 Cent's G-Unit line and Jay-Z's Carter line. And I'm just talking about as far as when the music and Shaq's worlds has like collided as far as intertwined. Because of course Jay-Z did a lot of stuff with Tidal and things of that nature in the past, but Shaq also did a lot of things when it came to, you know, bringing hip hop to another level when it comes to exposure. Because it's not really any. I'm not gonna say any. Hold on, let me. If you look up net worth, I don't really think it is what it used to be. Cause I think nowadays people just pay to have it lowered. Shaq's net worth, and why would they pay to have it lowered? Simply because of tax reasons. Yeah, it says 400 million. I'm not believing that in the slightest. So Shaq is part of a lot of deals. Like Shaq has a lot of money. So which 400 million is a lot of money, but I'm talking about like I looked up LeBron's net worth and it was like 1 billion, and I would think that Shaq throughout his career would have. Anyways, I would think that gap wouldn't be as large, but I don't know. I guess not. I guess I'm underestimating LeBron. So with that being said, it was something else I wanted to talk about with oh yeah, okay. So Shaq and Notorious B.I.G.'s relationship. So to go further into that, they had a pretty great relationship, and as they were both from New York and shared love from music and basketball, and of course when 1996 when he released his third studio album, which a lot of rap fans, rap enthusiasts say it's Shaq's most significant rap project. It featured a track "Can't Stop the Rain," which is self-titled after the album, which is probably why the album was titled that in the first place, because guess who it featured? The Notorious B.I.G., giving a very memorable verse on this song. So Shaq and Notorious B.I.G. going back and forth on the same track, and it wasn't like Shaq isn't like rapping like in the way of, oh, as an athlete trying to rap. He's a real rapper, breath control, the different use of rhyme schemes, vocal inflection. What else? It really had that authentic rapper tone as far as when you rap, because sometimes you can tell the difference of somebody who understands the different rapping flows and somebody who's just trying to freestyle maybe for the first time. You can definitely tell a difference. So Shaq is definitely a student of the game. That's why I would say listening to the album. And it took me by surprise, because, you know, you think of Shaq, you think of like TNT and him hating on Rudy Gobert, right? But in all actuality, he's in so many different fields, so many different lanes that. Why do I still have this picture up? I've had this picture up this whole review. That's crazy. Let me just put. I had that Drake picture up the whole time. That just threw me off. I was like, why is that still up? Yeah. So Shaq, it's just a student of the game basically, and his rapping capability shows that. So yeah, man, that's basically it. Shaq pulled off the unthinkable and put this album out on DSPs, because Lord knows the management of Jay-Z, Nas, Notorious, rest in peace to Notorious B.I.G., probably had a say in certain sample clearances as far as, vocals. Because if they wasn't on streaming platforms, it wasn't because Shaq was like, you know what, I don't want it on streaming platforms. He probably had to jump through a lot of hoops to have it on streaming platforms. So now, as Shaq said himself, the album is out on all DSPs, unreleased Jay-Z plus Nas tracks included. So, what else? Yeah, that's basically it. So yeah, man, at the end of the day, man, Shaq just showcases why he's just one of the more pivotal, iconic figureheads in all black communities, and very, very inspirational as far as how to take your talent and go into different ventures to be respected as a businessman. I would compare him to the likes of a 50 Cent, who went from rapping to making whole TV shows and movies on what's the platform called? Stars. I would talk about Jay-Z, him going on to rapping about drug dealing to being the head of entertainment for the NFL. What else? It's just so many different lanes. Ludacris, him going into music and then transitioning into Fast and Furious movies, basically acting. It's just so many different icons in hip hop and basketball, respective. I mean, LeBron, if you want to talk about the Space Jam 2 movie, I mean, I guess. Yeah, there's so many examples of, using your talent for other things and not being pigeonholed into one box. And I think some people have a hard time grasping the idea that you're more than what you're currently doing. You get into the monotonous routine and lose your creative soul, and that I think is scary. So anyways, I'm glad that Shaq never lost that. Obviously he's still a big kid out here running around, and apparently Shaq is like that. So if you want to say crazy stuff about the picture to Shaq, you may get slapped. That's all I gotta say. You know what I mean? Shaq's a big dude, so I'm not saying you'll go to sleep. I'm not even saying you'll wake up with a very strenuous migraine. I'm just saying that Shaq has been in multiple reports of being like that. So when somebody is super huge like that and also has the mindset of just dominating you, no Diddy, well, nah, let me chill. Yeah, so it's just one of those things to where Shaq gets away with what he gets away with, and nobody's gonna say nothing. So, yeah, I don't know why I wanted to end off like that, but hey, Shaq's album, You Can't Stop the Rain, out now on all DSPs. Give it a listen, because Shaq is definitely rapping. It's definitely, it surpassed my expectations. Let me just put it like that. So anyways, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias for Shaq returning to the music scene, and basically like a remembrance and a nod to the quote-unquote golden age of hip-hop. Will you be giving his 1996 re-released album a listen? What you are currently seeing is Shaboozey's performance at the 2024 BET Awards, basically marking his debut at the event with him performing a bar song, which, if you don't know, is the third most popular song in the world. So it's a pretty big deal that he's performing at BET. And to add on to that, Collins Obina Shaboozey, which is his real name, but of course known by his stage name Shaboozey, made history as in April 2024 when he released the bar song. It replaced Beyonce's Texas Hold'em atop the Hot Country Songs chart, which marks the first time two black artists have led the charts back to back. Why am I bringing this up? Because, ladies and gentlemen, we are now in our African country era. Without a better without a more politically correct way to say that, that is what I came up with. Because as far as the country music, as far as the taking the genre into our own hands and giving our own unique spin on it, I mean, Lil Nas X is somewhere punching the air right now, because I feel like he had a glimpse in a post on what that could have looked like with Old Town Road, but of course he went a different direction, which, to be fair, he still had hits going in those different directions, like the hit he had with Jack Harlow. But as far as the actual authentic, staying true to country and putting hip hop elements into it, Shaboozey is the best I've ever seen at doing that and making it on a globalized scale as far as commercial appeal. Because it's one thing to make country, is another thing to be accepted for making country music as a black man. And with a bar song being the third most played song in the world, best believe me, they've accepted him into country. And this album, which the track is off of, Where I've Been Isn't Where I'm Going, which released May 31st, 2024, is one of my favorite albums of 2024. Quality wise, I don't know if it's my favorite, but it's up there as far as one of my favorite albums of this year. As far as the experimentation, as far as the authentic nature, because if you go back to Shaboozey's discography, he's been around for a minute. He just now was found by the likes of a Beyonce and put on this global scale. But he's been around since 2014. 10 years later, and he's just now getting his just due, which is a testament to always follow your passion, even if the results aren't necessarily where you want them to be, because you never know when that opportunity will meet your preparation, which results in success. So anyways, Shaboozey's album, Where I've Been Isn't Where I'm Going, is the 10th most played album in the world, and last week it was at 13th, so it's on the rise. And I'll probably say that's because of maybe his announcement of performing at the BET Awards, or maybe it's an announcement of a tour, because if you don't know, see if I can pull this up. Shaboozey has a tour that he's going on, and once again, Analytic Dreams video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. But basically, Shaboozey said, "This year's been a lot of firsts, and happy to include my first ever headline tour to that list. Come listen to me perform the album and new music live for the first time this fall on leg 1 of the world tour," which is the Where I've Been Isn't Where I'm Going world tour. Pre-sale starts, I think I already started. Yeah, it just says Tuesday and stuff like that. And this came out 6 days ago. So throughout the week, it was on pre-sale and public sale. Okay, yeah, it's out. So you can go buy your tickets now. This is the link if you want to see it right here. I'm highlighting it. If you want to type it in, I'm going to leave it on the screen for a little bit. But yeah, so for people listening to the audio only version, it's www.americaandogwood, which is OGWOOD.com/tour. All right, so yeah, so he's going on tour. Maybe that's why people start to listen to his album a little bit more to get ready for that tour, as it jumped from the 13th most listened to album in the world, like of all genres, to number 10. So having the 10th most listened to album in the world is pretty significant, because now you're up there with the likes of Taylor Swift, Gracie Abrams, Morgan Wallen, Ariana Grande, Charlie. Notice it's not really too many hip hop artists in that span, right? So what he's doing is very, very impressive. So probably the hottest black artist in the world currently, and that's just a testament to his hard work, because he's been putting out music since 2014. So anyways, getting into some more things about Shaboozey. The album. I listened to the album, obviously, as I've already said, it's one of my favorite albums of 2024. And as far as the overall album, I'm not gonna give my like full review, but I will give my favorite tracks. So if you look look right here, the track list for the album is 12 songs. My favorite songs, as far as my top 3, I would say number 1 would have to be Drink Don't Need No Mix with Big X the Plug, who also, congratulations to him, I think he made the double XL for this year. So that's pretty cool. Pretty sure they asked Shaboozey, but he's probably like, isn't this like a rap? I wouldn't be surprised if they asked Shaboozey. Basically, let me just leave it like that. Even though he's been around since 2014. But anyways, Shaboozey, that's my favorite track off of the album. Drink Don't Need No Mix. And then number 2, my second favorite song off of this album is Still Her From Me. I really like the premise of just being a player, taking a girl, and realizing that because of the way you took that girl, she's one day going to leave you in the same way. And I thought the way he explored the depths of that is very and captivating as far as his storytelling ability. And of course the vocals help out along with it because he can actually sing. And if you heard him live, he can actually sing. So and then my third favorite track, it would have to be a bar song. I mean, I can't leave out one of the most successful tracks of 2024. But if I didn't have to go with the commercialized song with a bar song, I'll probably say Let It Burn would be my third favorite. Yeah, that'll probably be it. Let me see. I mean, obviously I like the entire album. That entire album is straight fire. I'm just giving you my top 3. So yeah. What else? That was basically my personal review of the album. I think overall the features made sense, really impacted the sonics, because sonically Shaboozey has a lot of range, so he doesn't need a lot of features. So when he does have features, they specifically fill the void on what he brought them in to do. Like Big X the Plug, he gave a strong hardcore hip hop rap verse as far as his tone. I'm not gonna say a rapper because I don't want him to think I'm comparing him to like ripping off another rapper, but authentic hip hop rap verse in a country song. So that was cool. Noah Cyrus, authentic country sonics from him. As far as the authentic country twang that they kind of speak with sometimes, which is not like country, but it's like wherever they're from, which is like just publicly accepted as country now. He brought that to the track. So as far as Noah Cyrus, and then I think Noah Cyrus is a girl. Hold on, let me check. Cause I think I say he or him. Let me see. Not trying to get canceled. Let me see. Noah Cyrus. Yeah, that's a girl. So yeah. If I said he or him, I apologize. It wasn't on purpose. So Noah Cyrus really brought her authentic I don't even know what, I think it's like twang. I think that's like the urban way or the off-brand way to quantify it, because I don't really know how to exactly phrase it, but the way that they talk, as far as where they grew up from, she brought that to the track as far as how you grow up and how you get that y'all know what I'm talking about, like when you talk like where you're from, and she basically brought that to the track. I know it may sound basic, but if you listen to the track, you understand what I'm saying. So, because most of this album is just straight Shaboozey, so when she comes in sounding like she does, it was very impactful and just a great feature overall. And then you have Paul Cawthon. I forget really how that feature impacted the track, but overall, not too many features. Only 12 tracks, 3 features. I mean, that's not bad at all. So it's mainly Shaboozey going crazy for 37 minutes. So that's great. And he's under American Dogwood / Empire, which is definitely a major label. So kudos to him to getting that return on investment, because Lord knows with the bar song, he's definitely recouping off his advance. So hopefully he gets a new deal soon. So that being said, so yeah, Shaboozey is going on tour. Already said that. October 24th is, no. Shaboozey will headline Music Fest in October 24th, if you want to go to that, alongside artists like Eric Church and Lainey Wilson. And what else? Something else about the tour. Oh, okay. I was like, is there an actual date? But it just says the Where I've Been, Where I'm Going headline tour will start fall of 2024. But the tickets are already on sale because the sale started June 28th. So not too far off if you want to get your tickets now. And the tour will be in areas like, hold on, let me just bring it up. So right here, you can see where the dates are. Can I zoom in? I don't know if I can zoom in. Let me see if I can. Yeah, I can't do that. Okay. You can kind of see the tours at the bottom. You have Minneapolis. That's not how you pronounce it at all. I totally butchered that. Minneapolis? Why can't I not pronounce it right now? I don't know. Anyways, I think y'all get what I'm saying. So anyways, Chicago, Illinois, Toronto, Boston, Brooklyn, Washington, Atlanta, Denver, Los Angeles, and I think that's it. Well, he did say the first leg. I think. I don't know if it's the first leg or what. It's his first ever headlining tour, so that's a pretty big deal. But anyways, those are the dates. So that's starting. Oh, there's an actual date. Let me see. September 9th into October 14th. That's how long the tour is going to go from. And September 9th, he's starting at Minneapolis. I don't know why I'm butchering that. And then October 14th, he's ending his tour in Los Angeles. So in the midst of that, y'all can figure out the rest. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. For all my Shaboozey fans out there, what is your favorite track off of what I think is one of the best albums of the year, and Shaboozey's Where I've Been Isn't Where I'm Going? Time to get into a little bit of Grammy talk because, of course, like the GOAT once said, the Grammys is not what validates your status with your fans. It's the tour dates that they come out to. It's the support via streams, support via retweets, likes, sharing your posts. The engagement that you get from your fans is way more important than a Grammy. So with that being said, let's get into some of the key changes for 2025 Grammy Awards, which obviously has a lot of submission guidelines and criteria updates and things of that nature, as artists with less than 50% of playtime will receive a winner's certification, a winner's certificate for all genre album categories, excluding musical theater, general field, or craft. So as far as Songwriter of the Year and non-classical, minimum song credits reduced from 5 to 4. Songwriters can now enter up to 5 songs, up from 4. Category-specific announcements are Best Traditional R&B Performance is updated to distinguish traditional R&B/soul from contemporary genres. Then you have Best Traditional Pop Vocal Album, expanded to include more entries from musical theater. Albums must be 75% newly recorded and unreleased. Best Children's Music Album, music include lyrics and English translations, age range extended to infants to 12 years old. And then getting to the broader award category adjustments, the best remix recording moved to the pop and dance/electronic field. The best pop dance recording has been renamed to best dance pop recording. Best dance/electronic music album has been renamed to best dance/electronic album and must be 50% dance or electronics. Conjunto music, I think that's how you say it. And once again, it's not a long list. I'm almost done. Conjunto music now recognized under Best Regional Roots Music Album, Best Score Soundtrack for Video Games and Other video games. No, let me chill. I got a little excited. Best Score Soundtrack for Video Games and Other Interactive Media. 50% of the soundtrack must come from new programming or downloadable content released during the eligible year. Eligibility period changes for 2024, which is the main reason I'm even doing this segment, because it's the biggest news as far as the changes. But with that said, the 66, which is the next Grammy Awards eligibility period, extended to September 15th after member feedback. So, historical change, because it's a regular eligibility period for this year because of the recent years ranging from up to 11 to 13 months. So now it's extended to September 15th. So the changes are overall the eligibility period for the Grammy Awards is October 1st to September of that next year. So October 1st of this year to September. So basically, October of the current year to September of the next year. That is the period now for the Grammy Awards. So basically, as far as this year, it would have started as far as this upcoming award show, the eligibility would have started last October, and it won't be up until this year's September. Hopefully that makes sense. So anyway, general information, amendment process. Changes are based on proposals from the music community and reviewed annually by the Awards and Nominations Committee. And then key dates is, already went over the eligibility. Media registration is July 10th to August 24th. And online entry process is July 17th to August 31st. So that being said, obviously overall, the updates is aiming to enhance the inclusivity and integrity of the Grammy Awards, reflecting the evolving landscape of the music industry. So that is my overall coverage of the Grammy eligibility changes as far as across different genres and categories and things of that nature. So, like I said at the beginning, people who are supporters, who engage with your content, I think is more important than a Grammy. A Grammy usually just makes people who are not in tune be more interested. But as far as your core fan base, increasing that and focusing on them, and if you increase it twofold every single year, that in all intents and purposes, I believe, is more important. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about the Grammy eligibility changes? And also, what eligibility change stood out the most to you? The ongoing debate of whether cable TV or individual streaming subscriptions is better, because the recent announcement of Disney and Warner Bros. Discovery offering a new streaming bundle combining Disney Plus, Hulu, and Max, while also in the same breath, Comcast is launching a 3-way bundle with Peacock, Netflix, and Apple TV, will probably have subscribers asking themselves, is this worth it, or was the age-old cable TV model better? And to put it simply, it's really based on your flexibility as far as the content you want, and also as far as individual streaming subscriptions. If you prioritize channel for variety, I would think cable TV may be better because of it offering live sports, news, and local programming. Whereas individual streaming subscriptions is more of the service you want, is more specific to the streaming platform via a Netflix, Disney Plus, or HBO Max. And obviously you can cancel anytime. With cable, it's more of a subscription model, but canceling it is not as straightforward as canceling your streaming subscriptions. So I don't want to confuse the people who are listening, because you're probably wondering to yourself, well, I still don't know which one is better. I would probably say, in all honesty, streaming platforms are going back to the old ways of cable TV in the way of offering multiple platforms on one service. Because with this newest evolution of bundling with Disney Plus, Hulu, and Max, it will be available soon. And the purpose is to provide the greatest collection of entertainment for the best value in streaming. So that is just very reminiscent of cable TV, in my personal opinion. And as far as the brands included, ABC, CNN, DC, Discovery, Disney, Food Network, FX, HBO, HGTV, Marvel, Pixar, Searchlight, and Warner Bros. Are all under the included platforms of Disney, Hulu, and Max. And of course, the key features that they was promoting is the ad-supported, the ad-free options available in both formats for consumer flexibility. And if you wanted to subscribe, subscribers can purchase the bundle from any of the 3 streaming platform websites. As far as the executives coming out and talking about this deal, because it's a pretty big deal, because streaming platforms, the only reason they existed like they did, or like they are now, is simply because of Netflix's model having so much success, to the point where Disney, Warner probably looked at their IP and felt like they could do the same thing. I mean, why do you think Disney let Netflix run all of those Marvel TV shows only to steal Daredevil, Luke Cage, Jessica Jones, Iron Fist for their own platform? I mean, one of the biggest TV shows coming to Disney Plus is Daredevil. So with that being said, I think in the overall market and financial context, this is to compete with Netflix, of course, because they're the reason that these individual streaming platforms exist in the first place. As far as the evolution of it, Netflix started a whole evolution of people just taking their IP and starting their own streaming platform. But now with the pandemic, the challenges faced in the streaming market, they're wondering if it's a sustainable model, which is why you're seeing these humongous platforms starting to combine, reminiscent once again to cable TV. As Disney has over 100 million subscribers, Hulu has 50 million subscribers, and Max, including HBO, has over 97 million homes as far as subscribers. Because some subscription models, you need to have that subscription at a certain location, so that if you're out of the location, you don't have to like approve it or whatever. It's like very different with household subscription. Anyways, as far as Netflix subscription numbers currently, let me see. So Netflix current subscription numbers is 269 million worldwide. So think about that. The numbers I just ran off with Disney is the biggest, with 100 million subscribers. Hulu has 50 million subscribers. Max, including HBO, has 97 million homes. And Netflix has a whopping 269 million subscribers. So safe to say, as far as the dominance that Netflix has over the streaming market, it doesn't seem to be going anywhere anytime soon. And going back into the cable TV model, this market consolidation is basically bundling all these different trends for different companies because of the reduce in subscriptions by consumers, simply for the fact that they keep raising the prices. If you keep raising the prices and then it becomes more expensive than cable TV, then what is the point for all these individual streaming platforms in the first place? Because that was the biggest promotion tactic, was to let you know that instead of paying this ginormous price for all of these different IPs, you can just come to us if you specifically only watch us. Let's say we only watch Marvel content. Well, who has that? Disney. So if you only subscribe to Disney Plus, then you don't have to pay the exorbitant amount of a cable TV TV subscription. So now, with all of the different streaming platforms bundling their IPs simply due to the pandemic and the reducing subscriptions, they're seeing that the model is not as sustainable. So this is leading to further integration, which is what they was fighting against in the first place with going in the individual route. So in all actuality, where are we at in this whole model? Well, I think history is repeating itself, and at some point, either you're gonna have to keep combining platforms, which leads to the cable TV model, or you're gonna have to realize that Netflix will just continue to have a dominance over the streaming market, and Disney, being who they are, will probably try to strike some sort of deal with them to getting their IP on Netflix platforms like they used to do before they made their own Disney Plus streaming platform. So let's hear from the CEOs of these companies, right? Because they're the ones that have seen most of the evolution of this deal coming about. So Disney CEO Bob Iger basically said that the strategy for combining all of these IPs as far as Hulu, HBO, and Disney is to focus on finding synergies in the streaming platforms, increasing audiences, and cutting costs. Cutting costs is a big one, because if you've seen all the recent happenings of 2024, Lord knows that every single company is cutting costs by letting a plethora, it's just several exorbitant amount of people off. Like, they're laying everybody and their mom off to cut costs. So now they're looking for other ways to cut costs, and what's easier than having somebody help you and sharing that overhead as far as running a platform. So that is where the cutting costs, I think, is the most pivotal. And as far as historical context, Disney took full control of Hulu last year, and Max combined content with Warner Bros. And Discovery brands. So once again, going back to my original sentiment, if you keep combining your IPs over and over again, as far as your different companies and your different divisions, you're just lending yourselves towards another cable TV model. Like, we're going to the new age cable TV where it leaves you wondering, why did you go individual in the first place? Like, why did you make your individual streaming platform in the first place? Which is because of Netflix's continued success in dominating the streaming market. So these companies are realizing that they can't replicate what Netflix did. What Netflix did is seemingly impossible to replicate, because you would think having Star Wars, Marvel, and whatever else Disney owns, because they own a lot, will lend you to even compete by yourself to Netflix. And like I read off the numbers, they have the biggest subscriber count, which is 100 million. But guess what? Netflix still has 269 million subscribers. And it's not like the subscribers are rising every year. The reason they're bundling with other companies is because it's starting to dwindle, because they're raising the prices for the individual subscription models. So with that being said, Netflix is still king of the streaming platforms, and it seems like all the other companies that try to copy the Netflix streaming subscription model failed, and now they're trying to recoup and basically recover by having their enemies team up with each other to try to take out Netflix. So we'll see if it ends up working in the long run, or if it would just come full circle into everybody teaming back up again, except for Netflix, of course, because they're dominant. But everybody teaming back up again as far as the other companies to make a new age cable TV. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. If you're a subscriber of Disney Plus, Hulu, and Max, what do you think about this combination of one new streaming bundle? And are you excited for when it eventually comes out this summer? Now, of course, if you're looking at the Analytic Dreams video version on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, you may or may not see a poorly photoshopped version of what I'm about to portray. So for that, I do not apologize. So anyways, with that out the way, I think the biggest thing to get into is how Sony just changed CEOs, and as far as announcing that Hideaki Nishino and Herman Holtz will replace Jim Ryan as co-CEOs effective June 1st, 2024, who would have seen this coming? Because apparently Jim Ryan was just trying to go on vacation, right? And then as far as the roles and responsibilities, Hideaki Nishino and Herman Holtz was appointed by Sony, but in general, they have different roles. So because of it being a co-CEO type situation, Hideaki is basically the platform business group responsible for technology, products, services, platform experiences, third-party publisher, and developer relations and commercial operations. And then Herman Holtz, part of the CEO, is Studio Business Group, responsible for first-party content development, publishing, business operations, as well as overseeing the expansion of PlayStation IPs to film and TV. So if you're telling me Jim Ryan was doing all of this by himself, then I would say that he had a lot on his plate. I mean, simply stated, he had a lot on his plate. And I think the biggest thing to note is that with this interim leadership, because that's what they're serving as, like Hiroki Totoki, I think that's how you say it, served as an interim CEO following Jim Ryan's retirement, quote unquote, and will continue as chairman of SIE and president, COO, and CFO of Sony Group Corporation. Both Nishino and Holtz will report to Totoki. So as far as the strategic, I can't talk. What in the world? That was like a Shaq and the Fool. I'm not editing it. I'm not editing that out either. So let's keep going. Strategic focus. The new leadership structure aims to deepen the engagement with existing PlayStation users and expand experiences to new audiences through a clear division of responsibilities between platform and content. So with that being said, of course, y'all are probably wondering what gives these people the qualifications for this job, because that's one of the biggest things to note. Even Even in the midst of JJ Redick and Bronny James, people still want to know what is the reason for these people getting the positions that they are getting. So because people are not familiar with the term nepotism, let's just act like they got it because of the background. So Nishino's background previously was the senior vice president of the Platform Experience Group deeply involved in PlayStation's hardware and tech operations. And then we have Ho's background, which is the former head of PlayStation Studios, played a significant role in developing PlayStation content across consoles and PC, and oversaw the growth of PlayStation IPs in other media. So of course, these hirings didn't just come out of the blue. They've been putting in the groundwork, unlike some other hires, which in the basketball realm we're not going to talk about. You know what I'm saying? Like at some point, we just gotta recognize that some people work for what they get and some people don't. So as far as Nishino and Holt's situation is considered, you can tell that they laid the groundwork for this hire to even happen. So as far as the industry context, I mean, the announcement came during a turbulent period, to say the least, in the gaming industry, because layoffs are coming left and right. I mean, restructuring the vision has been, restructuring terminology has been used over and over again, simply to state that we got to lay y'all off because we ain't making enough money. So Sony, and specifically, laid off around, I believe, 900 PlayStation employees, and more importantly, they closed this entire London studio. So safe to say, Sony wants to have a better vision to make more money in the future. Speaking of the future, both Nishino and Holtz had a response to them being appointed to co-CEOs, as Herman came out via his Twitter account, which you see at the bottom of the poorly photoshopped image I put together. He said, quote, "It's truly a privilege to be asked to lead the new studio business group for Sony Interactive. I'm excited to continue working with incredibly talented teams and studios to deliver unforgettable game and entertainment experiences." So he's really appreciative of the opportunity. So as far as Nishino, I don't know if he's on Twitter, and I didn't even look it up, so I don't know what he said about it. But both leaders did emphasize that they are committed to innovation and expanding the PlayStation community. Nishino and Holtz expressed their honor in taking on these roles and their excitement in future opportunities. Let me see if I can find a Nishino tweet. Let me see. Let me just type in his full name. What's this man's full name? Hideaki Nishino? I think that's his name. Hideaki. Let me see. Sound like TBH Dog. Hideaki. No, I'm just playing. Let me chill. All right. New PlayStation co-CEO Hideaki Nishino. Oh, okay. He has a statement. Let's just play this. Let him talk for himself.
The network.
Oh, he has a translator talking for him. Okay. Well, we're still gonna play it. Let me just bring this up right quick. Here we go. And here is Hideaki giving his statement about. Wait, hold up. Oh yeah, because if it's translating, y'all still okay. I was about to say, how y'all gonna understand what he's saying? That's a whole translator talking over him. That's my fault. I'm acting slow. All right, let's play what he has to say right now.
The PC platform customers will, when that increases, the entire customer numbers will increase. Ghost of Tsushima, the PC version that was released recently, the network experience that was limited in the past has now been expanded to the PC from consoles. Now, the comparison of PC and console. A console is a technology stack that we develop from the bottom up. So we can provide a very, very good, excellent experience. The value of console will continue to remain, and our mission is to continue polishing that. From PC to console, the transfer, of course, some customers will move from PC to console. Well, customers who are focused on PC if they find value, then they will go to console. So rather than cannibalization, I think this is an opportunity for.
All right, so the main message from Hideaki is the value of the console will continue to remain. So those are his sentiments while being appointed to co-CEO. And as far as Jim Ryan, I mean, I don't know what he's doing, but I would assume Jim Ryan has done enough and will probably enjoy retirement or something like that. I don't know. So what else? That was basically it. Yeah, he's probably just, oh, it said 30 years he was with the company. So goodness, yeah. I mean, it's probably time for a break. You know what I'm saying? Overall, I mean, the leadership change is definitely ahead of Sony's latest earnings report. So that is interesting. So the reason I say that's interesting, because at an earnings report, you got to say why you not earning as much money, or on the flip side, you should invest more because look at how much we're earning. So I'm guessing it's the first one. It's why are we not earning, or the investors are going to be like, why are you not earning as much money? And then they're probably going to just try to change the subject to, oh, look at our new CEOs. They're good at this, they're good at that. No need to look at the millions and billions of dollars you're losing. Let's just look at the new change in CEO. So of course they're probably just trying to manage the cost and adapting to the changing market, because Lord knows that everybody in the mama is laying off people right now. So if you have a job, hold on to that job and covet that job, because you never know what could happen. I don't know why I'm laughing, but I just thought about Jim Ryan the whole time I said that. Like, it wasn't even like supposed to be attributed to him. But hey, technically, even the CEOs catch these strays. So anyways, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think of Sony going in the direction of Hideaki Nishino and Herman Holtz as a replacement for Jim Ryan as co-CEOs for Sony Interactive Entertainment? And what would you suggest PlayStation do to increase sales in the company? There's only big E in this video proof, as Analytic Dreams video on Spotify will give you the video along with the audio. And best believe me, Elden Ring has been going through a time, because not only is it one of the greatest games you will probably ever play as a hardcore gamer, and the reason I say hardcore, because not to scare anybody off, but it will probably take a good amount of research to get to a certain level as far as enjoying the game. I would not advise you to go into this game blind unless you want to have unnecessary struggles for a long time. Let's just say a long time. I would definitely look up guides to shorten your learning experience and your learning gap. So with that being said, Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree has sold 5 million copies in just 3 days. If you go to Xbox, as far as the top games on Xbox, obviously you see Elden Ring at number 1, at number 3. No, at number 1, at number 3, and at number 4. And you're probably wondering, how does one game take up 3 spots in the top 5 bestsellers on Xbox? Well, Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree Premium Bundle, which is just the DLC alone, is number 1. Elden Ring, which is the actual base game, so if you buy that, you only get the base game, you don't get the DLC. That's at number 3 as far as the third best-selling game on the Xbox platform. And then you have the Elden Ring base edition and the Shadow of the Erdtree game at number 3. So as far as getting the DLC alone, like getting Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree Premium Bundle alone, that's at number 1. The base game is at number 3. And then the base game and DLC combined is at number 4 as far as the best sellers on the Xbox platform. And then let's go over the PlayStation, right? People say they don't play no games 24/7, but guess what? You're right, because it's at number 3 instead of number 1. So as far as the hardcore gamers, I would guess that there's more hardcore gamers on Xbox than PlayStation, which is nothing wrong with it. You know what I mean? If you want to play your Fortnite and 2K, which is above Elden Ring in regards to PlayStation community, then that's okay. Me, myself, and I enjoy some 2K. So I don't blame you, you know. But Elden Ring just coming out as far as the DLC and having a resurgence, and why is one of the best games of all time. Should lend itself to be at number 1, I think, as far as top 10 games, top bestseller on the PlayStation platform. But you know, it's okay because it's only at number 3. So it's still in the top 3, which is not too bad. But then we come over to PC, and of course, I don't know what it is about Counter-Strike 2 and Dota 2, but they are not falling off anytime soon. Even the 24-hour peak for Elden Ring is not even close to Dota 2 and Counter-Strike 2. But to be fair, Elden Ring is the 3rd most popular game on the PC platform. So I do give them a pass, because technically with PC, it's nothing but hardcore gamers. I mean, just look at Counter-Strike 2 and Dota 2 and gameplay, and you will realize why I say that. So anyways, those are the respective platforms and where Elden Ring sits as far as the sales perspective. And of course, overall, Elden Ring of Shadow of the Erdtree, and this is a stat as of June 30th, so it's probably even more now, but Elden Ring sold 5 million copies in just 3 days. So with that being said, the Elden Ring shipments and digital sales topped around 25 million, and that was a big deal simply for the fact that From Software, which is the parent company of Kadokawa, I think that's how you say it, in a new report said that there were 13.4 million sales total as of March. Okay, hold up. All right, so this is back in 2022. So this is back when Elden Ring was kind of falling off. So we kind of got a track record of what From Software's game plan was to capitalize off of the success of the base game. So basically, Elden Ring, the base game, back in 2022, helped the overall From Software sales to 13.4 million total as of March 31st, 2022. And then they said that they're considering measures to ensure players keep buying and playing the game in regards to Elden Ring. And they said that Elden Ring's a hit beyond expectations, and they projected only 4 million sales by this period. Safe to say, Elden Ring surpassed that tremendously. I mean, 13.4, if you only projected to hit 4 million, I mean, at that point, you probably are like, let's keep making content in this particular game. And the overall profits, as far as projections, was plus 89%. So that was the amount that they was off as far as like how much money Elden Ring brought in. So what else? So yeah, the main focus was to continue the support of Elden Ring. And now, to bring it full circle, that's why we have Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree DLC. Because you just knew they was going to put out DLC. I mean, they put out Armored Core last year. Hardly anybody played it. I'm not going to say nobody played it, because that's a little disrespectful. But as far as Elden Ring, you could say that hardly anybody played it. But to be fair, the quality level was still at a high regard. So that is why the whole From Software formula seems to be quality over quantity. And even the director of the game, I can't say that. Miyazaki, let's just say his last name. The director of the game, Miyazaki, came out and said, quote, "It's true that sales were higher than those of our previous games, but I have no idea what the reason was." So even if I wanted to reproduce that success, I wouldn't be able to. So if that's not telling the God honest truth, I don't know what is. Because boy, the Elden Ring come out of nowhere. Because if anybody tells you that Dark Souls was popular before Elden Ring, they're lying to your face. Dark Souls was always a niche subgenre of gaming, but Elden Ring was like the Fortnite of its respective genre. It brought it to a whole nother level as far as exposure. So even though Dark Souls could have been great, Elden Ring came out, and marketing wise, it was phenomenal. So anyways, one of the biggest reasons for that is the marketing campaign. You know, I'm all about marketing and getting to Elden Ring as far as like what in the world happens behind the scenes to lend it to so many eyes and to so many people being captivated by the game. And basically, Elden Ring, well, no, the Dark Souls formula back in the 2010s era of video game marketing had a more negative connotation when it said prepare to die. And that is why I think the overall renovation of the public perception of a Dark Souls game is great for the sales. Because if you don't know, people are really destructive towards gamers and very verbally, I'm not gonna say abusive, because I don't know, my personal sentiments about online abuse is different, but people verbal vitriol towards gamers who use summons or use mechanics in the game to make it easier is very gatekeepy and tone deaf. If you want people to play the game, why in the world are you critiquing how they play it? Let me tell y'all right now, if you pay $70 for a video game, shouldn't nobody unless they're giving constructive criticism, because that's different, but there's nobody that should be able to tell you how to play your game if you paid the money for it, right? So unless it's constructive criticism, I would just care less what they have to say, whether you're Mickey or not. People see my Elden Ring run, and I'm using Comic Azure, I'm using the Moon Veil, I got a shield, I got all type of stuff at my disposal. And if I really get annoyed by a boss, I'm bringing out the Mimic tier. I don't care. It's by any means necessary. You know what I'm saying? So, and also I am going to be playing Elden Ring and putting out more gameplay. That was just an announcement that I wanted to say for the Elden Ring segment, because I remember a good amount of people have asked. I was like, dang, y'all really, I saw this analytics and y'all really did watch my gameplay walkthroughs, but you know, it's just nice to be like, dang, they really want to see me play more games. So yeah, Elden Ring gameplay coming soon. Just know that. So you'll see me get to Mickey it up even more. Don't let me find like a Mickey helmet. You know what I'm saying? Like a Disney-fied helmet, Elden Ring. I'm wearing it because I could care less. So anyways, yeah, there's a whole discussion about that, because basically they said that the people who are using the tools in the game are getting clowned because it's a Mickey run and things of that nature, when in all actuality, the summoning mechanic of Souls-like games is what the game was based around, because it's supposed to be hard. So you ask for help. And it wasn't until Namco's US marketing team decided to market the Dark Souls under the prepare to die catchphrase that it became associated with. And of course, it was other things that said, he expounded upon that a little bit more, because Miyazaki went a little bit into it. Okay, so he's talking about his real life experiences and how mutual assistance in the face of adversity is something that should not be clowned or mimicked or mocked, because it's something of overcoming adversity being the main thing that keeps you going throughout the game. And Miyazaki gave a real life story on the mimic, not even the mimic tier, but just the summoning, basically. And this is the director of the game, so this is like the creator of one of the greatest games of all time speaking how this came about. So anyways, he said the origin, and this is quote, So the origin of that idea is actually due to a personal experience where a car suddenly stopped on a hillside after some heavy snow and started to slip. The car following me also got stuck, and then the one behind it spontaneously bumped into it and started pushing it up the hill. That's it. That's how everyone can get home. Then it was my turn, and everyone started pushing my car up the hill, and I managed to get home safely. But I couldn't stop the car to say thanks to the people who gave me a shove. I'd have just got stuck again if I'd stopped. On the way back home, I wondered whether the last person in line had made it home and thought that I would probably never meet the people who had helped me. I thought that maybe if we met in another place, we'd become friends, or maybe we'd just fight. You could probably call it a connection and a mutual. You could probably call it a connection of mutual assistance between transient. I don't know how to pronounce that. Hold up. Transient. Give me 1 second. We're about to use transient. I don't know if I'm saying this right. Give me 1 second. Alrighty. Let's see if this tells me how to say it. It is not. That's great. That is fantastic. Let's just type it in. Let me see. Because I don't know why. I just really want to know how to say this. Definition. All right, let's see how this is pronounced.
Transient.
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 All right, that still ain't helped me. Anyways, mutual assistance between transient people. Oddly, that incident will probably linger in my heart for a long time simply because it's fleeting. I think it stays with you a lot longer, like the cherry blossoms we Japanese love so much. So there you have it, the basis of the summoning mechanic. And then, of course, Gene Park, one of the more veteran journalists in the gaming industry, said the whole prepare to die was a byproduct of the edgy 2010s era of video games marketing. Basically saying he's glad that Elden Ring's vibe was much different, and he'd argue that is what contributed to the game's overall success, and it felt more uplifting and heroic than defeatist, asking us to rise to the occasion. So that being said, that's the sales overview of Elden Ring. Hopefully I cleared that up for the people out there wondering if it's Mickey to use the mechanics literally put into the game. So, you know what I mean? If you pay for the game, hey man, play it how you want to. But I would say that I would look up some guides. You don't want to, hey, this game is hard. So anyways, let's finally get into the DLC. So Shadow of the Erd Tree is the new expansion for Elden Ring. Shadow of the Erd Tree, of course. Overwhelmingly positive reviews. I mean, it's one of the best games of all time. So no surprise that this marks one of the highest rated DLCs of all time. So DLC had a Metacritic score of 95 out of 100, matching the highest praise of the base game. It surpassed the previous top-rated DLC, The Witcher, Blood and Wine, which had a score of 92 out of 100. Just to be petty. I gotta know, because I mean, I don't know if it was broken when it first came out, because that's the only reason I could assume it wasn't. I just gotta look it up. Let me see, because this is one of my favorite DLCs of all time. So I looked up Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty, and it's an 89. That's alright. That's okay. I had to look it up because honestly, that's the best DLC I've ever played. Even Mass Effect, I would say Cyberpunk's. Oh no, let me chill. Because the Shadow Broker DLC, that's up there. I don't know. I have to think about it a little bit more. Now, Mass Effect is still number one. See, I almost had my podcast title taken away from me. Nah, Mass Effect's still number one. Let me chill out. So, anyways, as far as Metacritic, that's the highest rating they've given a DLC since The Witcher 3: Blood and Wine. So, anyways, difficulty adjustments, because everybody and the mom complains about a hard game being hard. So, so the patch was released to address player complaints and difficulty, enhancing the scatter tree. Oh, the scatter tree. I don't know why I messed that up. Blessings to make the game more accessible. And also, improvements included increased attack and damage negation, especially for early stages of enhancement. Because, like I said, I'm planning on having multiple Elden Ring gameplay sessions. I may stream it, I may not. If I do stream it, it'll probably be under a whole different channel, because apparently it messes up your algorithm if you stream it on your main channel. So yeah, I'm not gonna do that anymore. So anyways, I may stream it, and if I do, one of the main tips I kept hearing was you have to get the scatter tree fragments, but I still have to beat the base game, which technically I've already did all the hard stuff. Like I did my DLC, not DLC, I did my side content to get the ending that I was wanting, and now I'm just running through the main game, just running through bosses. So I think I may finish the main game first, fight yeah, I still haven't fought Millennia, so that should be interesting. But my dude's pretty OP. But okay, yeah, that gets me back into the DLC. So apparently they just straight hating on my build in this DLC. I don't know what it is, but I think ultimately the developers saw the effectiveness of my build, and they was like, you know what? We came to bargain type builds is over. No more magic will be tolerated. And they nerfed it to you know what, because apparently the Moonveil got nerfed. Apparently every boss in the DLC is run you down like they Adrian Peterson. Like they ain't trying to let you get no type of, or create no type of space. The strings never end. So don't think you finna get a magic spell off at any point. So if that's the case, guess what? I'm changing to straight hands, because there's always something in a game to exploit. And best believe, I will find it. So if they nerf my spells that I spend a pretty significant portion of time, getting all them spells. But it's cool. I understand. I just put time into making another build. But if I have to do that, just know I'm finding an even more OP build. And it seems to be true. I don't really see nobody using any magic. They said if you use magic, you have to have like a mimic tier to distract the enemy while you use it, because the DLC bosses are way more aggressive. The attack patterns are way more continuous. Basically, it's harder than a base game. I'm not trying to scare any newcomers. I'm just letting you know what it is. So anyways, I don't even know how I got off on that tangent. But so yeah, there was a patch to address player complaints. They enhanced the scatter tree blessings to make the game more accessible. Improvements include increased attack and damage negation, especially for early stages of enhancement. As far as the gameplay experience, a lot of players has to explore and collect scatter-free fragments and to increase the power within the DLC. So that's going to be the main thing when I get into the DLC, because obviously first I got to beat the base game. So once I get into the DLC, then I'm going to focus on getting scatter tree fragments and just explore from that. Because usually I have a pretty... you'll see when I put my gameplay walkthrough out. Once again, Analytic Dreams video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, because you'll be able to see my gameplay walkthroughs on there. But anyways, as far as me playing the game, I have a pretty set way that I want to explore, and then from that's when I'll start to venture out and then do random stuff. But I usually have a set thing I try to accomplish. So scatter tree fragments is just going to be the main thing in the DLC. And if I find a scatter tree fragment and then maybe I run into a cave, guess what? I'm finna explore that cave. That's usually how I explore open world games. So anyways, the game's map and mini dungeons are packed with secrets requiring players to utilize the map's detailed information for successful navigation. Another thing, I'm filled with Elden Ring tips, because guess what? I actually enjoy the game. So when you actually enjoy a game, it's easier to talk about it. So the writings that players put into the game, some people think is just for show. But if you start writing messages and put it throughout the environment where it's helpful, people who appraise that message, whenever they appraise it, will give you health while you're playing the game. So if you put down a message like, hey, look out for this chest, hey, turn right and you will see an unlock area, right? If they appraise that message, you would get healed instantly. So that means if you're, let's just say time goes on and you're fighting a boss, right? And while you're fighting that boss in another gameplay, somebody else found your message and they was like, oh, this was helpful, let me appraise it. You, during that boss fight, will just instantly get healed. So imagine if you're about to get killed and somebody appraised your message and now you're full health bar and you get to live and you end up defeating that boss. And so it's just very helpful, like throughout the game, to leave helpful tips throughout the game. So it's not just a gimmick, it's actually something that rewards you if you want to put messages to help people explore. So yeah, character and story. So basically the story is about Mikula, a new central character using manipulative positivity to lure and control others. And the story explores themes of false hope and toxic positivity, making Mikula a unique and compelling villain. Now, as far as the drama, because everybody and their mom loves drama. So some of the other drama that happened with this game is the fact that there were initial mixed reviews on Steam because of players not being able to adjust to the DLC's difficulty curve. Because from what I keep hearing, there's a real uptick in difficulty going from the base game to the DLC. Like I keep saying, the bosses are way more aggressive. The fight patterns are way more continuous. They do not let you breathe like they used to in the base game. So as far as Millennia, every boss is like that as far as the aggressiveness that they try to come at you. So that's why I keep saying like the whole, they want to nerf my magic build. That's all right. Mess around and find something even more OP. Like I heard the perfume bottles are even worse than the magic. And so I'm like, how y'all ain't nerfed that? You know what I'm saying? Went from casting spells like the off-brand Doctor Strange to acting like a JCPenney worker, giving everybody random perfume squirts. Like, what in the world? So anyways, yeah. Player reception, they was hating on the DLC difficulty. And of course they patched it, making it easier because, I don't know, From Software, I guess, just felt, they felt pity. So, another thing that was way more important than that critique, performance issues. Apparently, I don't know if it's because it was rushed. I won't necessarily say it was all the way rushed because they did technically wait a whole year. But if you're a gaming developer, you probably already know that 1 year, is it's not as long as some people may think as far as the amount of time to develop this type of game. So anyways, there's a lot of performance issues, especially in the FPS drops during the final boss fight. And it has been noted, but not significantly impacted overall ratings. So the biggest thing with that is if you download the DLC, because right now I still have the base game. I'm not downloading the DLC till I beat the base game. But if you download the DLC, it may mess with the frame rate a bit simply due to the optimization not being as optimized as the base game. Hopefully that makes sense. So anyways, let's get into tips. So tips for players who's newly getting into this game is definitely make sure your flasks are fully upgradable before entering the DLC. You will lose a lot of health. And while that health bar may look like you're a boss in itself, 1 to 2 hits makes that health bar disappear. So make sure to ensure that flasks are fully upgraded before entering the DLC. Prioritize finding and upgrading scatter tree blessings. Pay attention to the map details in many dungeons for valuable resources, and prepare for a challenging experience akin to the base game's difficulty. I don't know how many times I gotta say it, but if y'all go into this game thinking you finna just dog walk every single DLC boss because you level 180 or 200. They don't care what level you are, which I think the recommended is like between 120 and 150. But anyways, for people who's like level 180, they're like, I ain't got to do nothing. I can just run through every single DLC boss. The scatter tree fragments is set in the DLC to make it even for the bosses. So that way you're on an even playing field. So you're in a whole new leveling system in the DLC. That's why I say scatter tree fragments, because that's where you level up in the DLC. In the base game, you may be OP to every single enemy. In the DLC, you need scatter tree fragments, or they're still gonna run through you like tissue. You know what I'm saying? I don't know why tissue just popped in my head, but hey, that's easily ran through, right? Anyways, so with that being said, the overall scores is 90 plus. Everybody's saying that the Shadow of the Earth Tree just perfectly accomplishes everything that it set out to do, and it makes the story of Elden Ring even more complete and revitalizes this addictive masterpiece. The expansion is lauded for its engaging content, rich story, and challenging gameplay, making it a must-play for fans of Elden Ring. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about the overall perception of Elden Ring, Shadow of the Earth Tree? And how long do you think it will take for you to finally try out Elden Ring and brace yourself to hop into the difficult landscape that is Elden Ring, Shadow of the Earth Tree? So I have my holy water to my right, my Bible in my lap, and now I am officially ready to get into Hellblade 2, which is a psychological trip for any action game fan out there. Now, of course, Senua's Saga Hellblade 2 is developed by Ninja Theory, now owned by Microsoft. And the main focus of the story is Senua, of course, the Celtic warrior, and Senua must rescue her kidnapped villagers from Vikings. And the setting involves a lot of dark landscapes and psychological battles, not typical of action hero traits. So, before I get any further into that, basically getting into the overall new implications of the game, they had a photo mode. So May 15th, I forget when this game came out, but May 15th, photo mode returned to Senua's Saga Hellblade 2. And basically, here's a little snapshot at how it works. Once again, Analytic Dreams video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. So that being said, this is a little example video of how the photo mode works in the midst of the game. So as you're fighting, obviously looks super realistic. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, that is actual gameplay. I know you probably think that's a cutscene. The way they optimize this game, they make every cutscene. They make the gameplay look like a regular cutscene, right? So that's a very spectacular achievement because the graphical quality. I don't even know how they're gonna make a return on investment in this game, because from what I've heard, when you make games graphically enhanced like this, like, it's just super hard to get a return on investment, simply for the fact that now you're putting so much resource into a great graphical package that whenever you need you're gonna need even more return as far as financially to make it make sense, as far as why you put this much money and to make her hair this detailed. You know what I mean? Like, look at her hair right now. Look at all the detail on her hair. So doing all that, people are probably thinking to themselves, we could have saved $500,000 to $600,000, maybe cutting back on the graphical budget. You know what I'm saying? And maybe that's a little exaggeration, but y'all get what I'm saying. Like, putting that much money into graphics maybe won't make the most sense if you don't sell well. And as we've seen with Final Fantasy VII Remake, there's no guarantee that any game is going to sell well in 2024. So that being said, let's actually look at sales and kind of get into how it sold overall. So basically, the developer came out and thanked fans, and also, oh goodness, I don't know if this game sold the greatest. Yeah, it's so funny. I didn't even say that to like bash it. I was just prefacing that because I know I've heard that from multiple game insiders that dang, yeah. So still, yeah, that's not. Let me see. All right, so apparently Hellblade, because I'm looking this up in real time. But what is being said is that Hellblade 2 isn't doing big numbers, but it's not technically selling bad. So I don't know. I think they're trying to cope. And what I honestly think is that Hellblade 2 is a solid performer. But as far as it being a sequel, because the rule of thumb as far as marketing is if something's originally a success quality wise, the sequel is going to have even more financial value. That's usually what the sentiment is in a marketing standpoint, because now the sequel is coming with some sort of proven concept. So it's projected to sell even more. So since launch, they said an estimated 25,000 units on Steam, and Xbox only sees 70% of that. 874,000 revenue generated on PC so far, not even $1 million. PS5 Pro version will likely be fast tracked. So, okay. So this game's not selling well. That's okay, because I actually looked at the seller list as far as the best selling on Xbox, PlayStation, PC. I didn't see it, but I still wanted to make sure it was because just because something isn't selling like top 5 or top 10 in the world doesn't mean it's not like in the top 20 or 30. So it doesn't mean that nobody's playing this game, of course, or else I wouldn't even be talking about it, honestly. But as far as what it projected to do, what it's currently doing, it said that the sequel is not really performing the best. So yeah, I'm not going to be a dead horse, but there you have it. It's not performing the best. So I would guess that we're not going to get maybe we'll get an ending to the trilogy, but I would guess not. Because looking at, looking at Xbox, I don't see it nowhere to be found. It just came out like 2 months ago. So, and usually people play shooting and sports games, but sometimes you can see the new releases creeping in. So yeah, even Ghost Recon. So nah, nobody's. Okay, so let's look at PlayStation. PlayStation. Nope, it's not in PlayStation. All right, let's look at PC. Yeah, safe to say this game's not performing the greatest. So going back to my whole graphical standpoint, as far as putting all your emphasis on making the best graphical product, maybe you're spending unnecessary money that you could probably use in other areas. That's just where I'm leaving it at. So anyways, let's get back into the overview of the game. So Senua is plagued by visions and inner voices and depression, and the game involves repetitive gameplay with moments of sword fighting and puzzle solving. There's no roleplay elements like development stages or new weapons. Combat is repetitive with a focus on sword fighting. Puzzles involve finding hidden runes or using magical elements to alter environments. And as far as the visuals and audio, the game excels in portraying Senua's psychological pain through detailed facial expressions. There's a lot of strong audio design with ambient noises and well-voiced dialogue enhance immersion. That is one thing I kept hearing throughout the gaming industry, is that this game should easily win best graphical performing game. I don't know the actual category, but as far as the category for the best like graphics or whatever, it's gonna easily win that. Like it's not even close. Like the amount of like honestly, you really can't tell what's a cutscene and what's gameplay, and for most games you can easily tell. So for this game, it really does a great job on keeping you immersed into the entire game from start to finish. So they said it would easily win, best graphically enhanced game. And then as far as the soundtrack, they said it's up there as well, because the sound effects is on point and the music is on point. So as far as a technological standpoint, this may be the best game released in 2024. If we're just solely focusing on the technical aspects of being a game developer, graphics, audio design, music, soundtrack, all on point. So yeah, with that being said, the reception, it's not for everybody, but it is a short game. It's around 6 hours and it costs $50. So personally, hearing 6 hours and $50 in the same sentence for video gaming, like this ain't no movie. Talking about video games, that's just, personally, I can't do it. That's just, I can't even justify that type of purchase. So anyways, as far as reviews and ratings, it's generally favorable reviews for the game, talking about the storytelling, atmosphere, and visual design. Some of the criticisms is coming from repetitive combat and limited gameplay variety. Because of the game, because of the graphical enhancement, the actual actions in the game is kind of limited, because you can't have too much going on because of the graphical visuals put on display. Like, if you're gonna have more, that's why if you ever see an online game, it could never look like this, because it's just too much stuff going on for it to have this much attention to detail graphically. So because it's a single player, graphically intensified game, I would excuse the limited gameplay variety. So anyways, getting into some of the bigger publications, we have IGN praising the action sequences, the psychological storytelling, but also criticizes the combat depth. PC Mag said it was a interactive art house movie with superb storytelling, but lacked complex combat. GameSpot said the visuals were great, sound design was fantastic, but finds the story and gameplay shallow. Metacritic gave it a score of 80. The user score for this game is 7.4. Polygon appreciates the mental health portrayal of the game, but notes repetitive combat. You're starting to hear a reoccurring theme. Eurogamer highlighted the atmospheric storytelling and emotional weight. Game Informer and Destructoid commend the emotional and immersive experience, but guess what? Limited gameplay variety. So, with that being said, Hellblade 2 offers one of the most unique psychological depth storytelling that you've ever seen in a video game. But of course, to each his own, as you know, despite the criticisms, is highly regarded for its emotional and immersive experience. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Senua's Saga Hellblade 2? And if you haven't played it, but have played the original, or if you haven't played it in general, will you be willing to give this game a try?
Hi, I'm Paul Eller. I'm the head of production for Marvel Rivals.
Hi, everybody. I'm Thad Sasser. I'm game director on Marvel Rivals.
Hi, everyone. I'm Danny Koo, executive producer from Marvel Games.
All right, so first off, Analytic Dreams video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, because let me tell you something. Whoever Shaq News Entertainment is, or Shaq News Interviews, go follow him right here, because let me tell you something. He asked the most hard-hitting questions that we want to know about Marvel Rivals. And why do I say that? Well, just take a listen to this.
And I mean this in a good way, but what do you say to the person who's looking at this right now, the gameplay of the trailer, and just saying it's just Marvel Overwatch? Like, what would you say to that person?
I would say that while Overwatch is probably one of the bigger games in the genre, We are definitely bringing something to this play area that we think is completely different to everything else. We have, of course, the iconic Marvel characters, the heroes. We have the destructible environments. We have the team matchups. All of those things, I think, differentiate us from other games within this genre. And I think that is an important thing and is why we should be set aside from those other games.
All right, the reason why I said that he is asking the hard-hitting questions, because if you don't know the recent drama surrounding Marvel Rivals, it's very apparent that the creators involved did not want content creators to have subjective negative reviews. Literally, that was the wording in the contract. And after receiving negative feedback because of the wording in the contract, because imagine you go to play test a game and then in the contract that you sign, you find out that the wording says it says no subjective negative reviews. Very broad, right? So basically they don't want you to critique the game. And one of the things that was also in the contract that I'm not seeing right here, but I know from like listening to people who went to the play test, basically they said do not compare it to other games that is similar in nature, like a Overwatch. Literally, that's what it said in the contract. And so for him to start off this interview with, and these are the, like, listen to these names again. These are not like just random people who working on the game. These are like the head people.
Hi, I'm Paul Eller. I'm the head of production for Marvel Rivals.
Hi, everybody. I'm Thad Sasser. I'm game director on Marvel Rivals.
Hi everyone, I'm Danny Koo, executive producer from Marvel Games.
So if you listen to those names, the positions that they are holding, I mean, it's pretty easy to tell that you're not talking to just some random person who's behind the scenes, right? You're talking to the head of these of this game and asking it direct questions that they tried their hardest to get around. Because if you don't know, once so much feedback came out, the negative response to the contract being the contract terms being talked about, NetEase, which is the developer of Marvel Rivals, came out, apologized, and revised the contract to be less restrictive. And now they actively encourage creators to share their honest thoughts and criticisms as they play. That's why it's very essential to keep the open dialogue while also creating content. Because if there's somebody out there who's listening to your first test of the game impressions, but they don't know that you can't critique it, then they're gonna call you all sorts of names, and when all actuality is not even your fault. So I'm glad that the content creators came together and banded together to even talk about this game and basically give NetEase, which is the Marvel Rivals developers, some pushback, because Lord knows they would have just kept going with it if not for the pushback. So I'm glad that we get this open dialogue landscape now to openly talk about the game, which, to bring it full circle, is why I said the Shaq News not coming at them, but basically asking them the one question that they intentionally tried to avoid. It was very interesting how they handled that whole situation, because obviously that's the reason why they put that whole no subjective negative reviews clause in the contract in the first place. So anyways, with 5 minutes of explaining that, let's get into the actual beta announcement, because there's some big things coming with the beta. One of them being that the closed beta starts July 23rd at 6 p.m. Eastern and ends on August 6th at 3 a.m. Eastern. And PS5/Xbox Series X signups are live right now. And also, the Steam signups starts on July 20th at 6 p.m. Eastern, 48 hours before the test starts. So console codes will roll out daily from now until the closed beta starts. Events, tournaments, live streams will be announced in July, similar to the closed alpha there will be additional opportunities for codes beyond the questionnaire above the Steam sign up. So if you're a content creator, I would definitely try to sign up for a code. It's really not as complex as some content creators think, like as far as getting a closed beta code. People think it's some Illuminati meeting, when in all actuality, you just got to follow the people who create the game and make sure to sign up when they tell you to sign up so you don't get left out. So with that being said, some of the other things I wanted to get into besides the closed beta details was... No. Actually, I want to get into more beta news. So console only crossplay. So sorry, PC players. Pick/ban system, cross progression, and 5 times the amount of participants will be invited to the closed beta than the closed alpha. Servers in North America, Europe, Asia, closed alpha. The closed alpha was US only, but now it's going to be North America, Europe, and Asia. Choose the server you will want to play in. Cross-region play will be supported in closed beta through latency, though latency may suffer. The server ticket rate is increased to 60. Support for 9 languages: English, German, French, Italian, Spanish, Brazilian, Portuguese, Japanese, Korean, and traditional Chinese. Venom. He is confirmed to be a Vanguard, and Adam Warlock is a strategist. I'm going to get into the overview in a second, but right now I'm just talking to my Marvel rival sweats. So anyways, Shin Shibuya, how you say that? Shin Shibuya, there we go, will also be updated to support the new thematic environmental destruction feature shown off in the latest trailer of Spider Island, where the spider bots work to keep certain structures in place after they are destroyed. That's a very interesting mechanic, because one of the biggest things, which I don't even think the developer said, but he vaguely said we bring different stuff than Overwatch, like obviously the similarities. But one of the things I think they should harp on is the environmental destruction, because I think that's very Battlefield-esque, which separates them from Overwatch, because I believe Overwatch doesn't have any environmental destruction. So the way that happens and the way that impacts the gameplay, I think the developers should harp on that more. Even though he did say they have unique things that make it stand out from Overwatch, I think he should get into specifics so people don't think he's just like bluffing or just giving them word salad. So anyways, various effects and HUD elements have been enhanced to improve hit and impact feedback, as well as to increase player situational awareness. Then we have a balance update. I think, from what I've heard, I think it was Scarlet Witch or Star-Lord. One of those was like broken or whatever, or maybe both of them was broken. But yeah, so maybe we'll see them get balance. And also, one of the things I kept hearing was that the Hulk is like straight out of the MCU, because he is not as strong as he should be. They say strongest there is. Well, I don't know what MCU did to the Hulk, but ever since Infinity War, he's just never been the same. It's like he went out on a high in Ragnarok, and in Infinity War, they was like, let's just mess the whole character up. And ever since then, Hulk has never been the same. So apparently he's just like that in this game, just very soft and not hard hitting. So as far as the balance update, I'll probably see them buffing Hulk significantly. Anyways, comment selection, pick/ban system now active for the upper tiers of ranked play and for special events. Past lives, in parentheses, KO cam system implemented. Focus selection controller functionality updated. Friends list is now cross-platform. Crossplay seems to be locked on for casual mode, but can be toggled on or off in ranked. Console-only crossplay toggle will also be available on PS5/Xbox Series platforms, and then cross-progression teased, but definitely won't be up for closed beta. So that's all the nerdy news as far as the closed beta, because I wanted to talk to my Marvel rival sweats first. Now let's get into the more casual gamer and what y'all want to know about the game. So basically, Marvel Rivals is developed by NetEase Games, right? It's coming out on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X and S, and PC. The reason why I'm giving the overview second, after all the specific nerdy details, is because the beta, the closed beta, is going from July 23rd to August 5th. The actual game and the actual release date, I don't know if we've actually got a real release date for Marvel Rivals. Actually, let me see. Marvel Rivals release date. Like, I don't think we've received a release date. Yeah, they keep talking about beta dates confirmed. So yeah, it's really no release date for the game, because if they're talking about a beta, obviously that means that the game is still in under construction. You know, it's still in development. So we don't have an actual release date, I don't think, for the actual game yet. So that's why I'm doing this second. But anyways, it's a full roster, and the basis of the game is it's how do I put this? It differentiates itself from Overwatch, but it's basically Overwatch with Marvel characters. I'm sorry, but that's just how I gotta put it. The emphasis on unique abilities is a Marvel staple, because you have Spider-Man, Iron Man, like A-listers all around as far as the Marvel superheroes. It's not like one of those type of games where, oh, you can't use this character, you can't use that character. All characters on the table for Marvel Rivals. They're really trying to compete in a big way when it comes to Overwatch. So, yeah, expect Marvel's expansive universe and hero dynamics to be all throughout this game. So, that's basically it. Overwatch with Marvel characters. And, yeah, if you want to stay updated, make sure to follow the game's official social media channels and wish list on Steam for the latest news and updates. So yeah, with that being said, hopefully my Marvel Rival connoisseurs gets into that closed beta. You know what I mean? Hopefully y'all make it through the sign up, because once again, it starts July 23rd. So that's why I'm putting this out when I'm putting it out, because I want y'all to have I want y'all to know beforehand, so y'all can be up on it when it eventually is available to sign up for. And as far as console and PC, on console, you have to fill out a survey, whereas on PC, you have to visit the Marvel Rivals Steam store page on July 20th. So, and request access. So with that being said, I don't think there's anything else. Crossplay, I already talked about that. Initial impression, I already talked about that. Focus, primarily, okay, I talked about that. Yeah, so that's basically it. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Marvel Rivals? And if you haven't played it yet, which character are you most excited to play as? Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you something. The reason I'm covering this is because I am a humongous Spider-Man fan. It's just that simple. So with that being said, Marvel announced the new Bloody Spider-Man Black Suit series, which is a comic series which celebrates the 40th anniversary of Spider-Man's iconic black costume. Now, of course, the series title will be called Spider-Man Black Suit and Blood. It's a 4-issue miniseries that's set to release August 7th. So it's highlighting the part of Marvel's Black, White, and Blood series known for its intense and graphic storytelling. And as far as the content, never before told tales from the Black Suit era, exploration of the costume's legacy and impact on Peter Parker. And with the story, it emphasizes the darker, bloodier side of Spider-Man. So I'll be interested to see if they go the Invincible route or the Boys route in telling a story where Spider-Man is more of a graphic hero as far as the blood being incorporated. Because for the most part, you know, Spider-Man's pretty PG, if I do say so myself. And there's not one story where I think of with Spider-Man where I was just like, man, that's a really bloody image, or that's a really bloody graphic. One of the few times I was thrown off by a graphic scene in the Spider-Man comic is when I was reading the Noir comic and Uncle Ben died to the hands of Vulture. That was probably one of the more graphic scenes that I was not expecting in the Spider-Man show or comic book. Because I do read comic books, you know what I mean? I'm very much a Spider-Man nerd, and some of my favorite stories, as far as in general, is from Spider-Man. Like, as far as the black suit, I just love how it's a great overall message of just because it's improving certain aspects doesn't mean that the moral integrity needs to be lost. I just love that overall storytelling of the black suit because, of course, the aspects that the black suit enhances, and it's very nerdy talk right now, but so yeah, I gotta bear with me. But you know, I'm getting my love for Spider-Man off. The nerdy aspects, no, not the nerdy, the improved aspects that the black suit brings is, of course, in combat, durability, of course, changing outfits. I mean, going from Spider-Man to regular human clothes, all in itself, it not having to be washed. Like, it was just a lot of things in the real life that it helped out with. But then you start to realize morally, it was changing Peter as a man because of the suit having certain I would say non-values and certain characteristics that it was starting to rub off on Peter because, of course, the suit was alive. So the whole thing with like it improving your life, but then you realize that you're changing as a character. Like, what matters more to you? Like, being superior in every sense of the word as far as having the black suit, or keeping your moral integrity. Because everybody knows one of the biggest things about Spider-Man is that he holds back, and with the black suit, it was taking that away from him. So he stopped holding back as much, which brought more of the brutality side of what Spider-Man was actually capable of. So, anyways, that was enough of me nerding out. So, as far as the creators and stories, J.M. Demantis, hopefully I said that right. But he returns to Kraven's Last Hunt and collaborating with Elena Casagrande, and this story will shed new light on an iconic scene. And then, of course, J. Michael something, he's been teamed up with artist Samit Kumar, exploring a lingering piece of the symbiote with Peter Parker, focusing on the symbiote's continued influence on Peter. Dustin Nguyen, hopefully I said that right, probably didn't, but writes and draws a tale of Spider-Man being hunted, emphasizing the internal danger, and of course the artwork and covers, which Analytic Dreams video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. But basically I have some of the images up from the comics right here. The main cover was done by Lionel Francis Yu, hopefully I said it right, depicting Spider-Man in his black costume covered in blood. That's the one you see in the top left right here. And then, of course, the other covers, Spider-Man with Mary Jane, Spider-Man caught in the spotlight on a building, and another pose of Spider-Man. So, August 7th, that's the biggest thing you need to know. That's when this comic book is coming out, and I, for one, will be reading it. And my personal upbringing, I guess I can share some of my favorite moments of the black suit. You know, nothing too long. But, of course, I would probably say my favorite depiction of the black suit was probably the Spectacular Spider-Man show, where they showed the suit changing throughout the episodes. I thought that was very interesting, because most of the depictions, like the 90s Spider-Man cartoon show, it was just one suit. But the changing of the suit by Spectacular Spider-Man, it was really apparent that it was also affecting him, not only on a moral high ground, but just visually. So it's just another way to depict how the black suit was changing him. And as far as my favorite storyline, I like the storyline of, let me see, what's my favorite black suit storyline? I'm not gonna lie, I'll probably say Spectacular Spider-Man. That as a show, like if there was I know they brought the X-Men animated series back, but if they bring the Spectacular Spider-Man show back, like season 3, I don't think y'all understand. Like that would probably be one of the better decisions that Disney could make. But of course, that's through Sony. You have to run through a lot of things because they don't want to give up the rights to Spider-Man. But that's okay. That's all right, right? So that's probably never gonna happen. But that's one of my greatest wishes as a Spider-Man fan, is for them to bring back season 3 of Spectacular Spider-Man. So that's probably my favorite black suit depiction. I guess I could go through video games or comics. As far as video games, my favorite depiction of the black suit. It would have to be Shattered Dimensions. No, not Shattered Dimensions. Is it Edge of Time? It's not Edge of Time. Why am I getting my games mixed up? Spider-Man, Black Suit, Wolverine. It's that game. I know y'all probably screaming right now. What was that video game called? Web of Shadows. I don't know why I just drew a blank. But anyways, yeah, that's my favorite depiction of the black suit. As far as my favorite Spider-Man game, I'll probably say, I'm not gonna lie, Spider-Man PS4 is still my favorite Spider-Man game. And I know you think I would go with Spider-Man 2, but let me just tell you, it's very underwhelming and disappointing. The amount they was working with and the ultimate story that they came with, it was just disappointing, to say the least. I mean, you're working with Venom, Miles Morales, and Peter Parker, and that's the story you came with. Like, it's just not it. And of course, the mechanics, taking a lot of the stealth mechanics out from the previous game for some reason. It was just, so I would say Spider-Man PS4 is still my favorite. So yeah. As far as in the comics, my favorite black suit storyline is probably Kraven's Last Hunt. I do like the fact that when other people challenge Spider-Man with the black suit, like they realize that he was holding back the whole time, and the black suit just completely showcases how dominant he could be. So I like that part. So that's it. That's enough of me nerding out. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Marvel announcing a new Spider-Man Black Suit series coming out August 7th, and will you be giving it a read? I guess you'll be giving it a read, because you can't really listen unless you get an audiobook. Yeah, let's just do a read. Will you be giving it a read? On a side note, Star Wars Bounty Hunter will release on consoles and PC August 1st, which includes updated visuals and controls as well as a new skin. So of course, this particular segment, we're getting into Star Wars Hunters, not to be confused with Star Wars Bounty Hunter, because Star Wars Bounty Hunter is more of a single player game that's coming out on consoles and PC August 1st. This, which we're specifically talking about, Star Wars Hunters, is a mobile game that's available on iOS, Android, and the Nintendo Switch. So you know, when the age-old gamer question, is it coming to the Switch? Hey, this one's actually coming to the Switch. So first glance, which Analytic Dreams video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, it doesn't really look like a mobile game. The graphics, while to be honest, it's not like amazing or anything, it's definitely better graphically compared to your mobile average shooter, or your average mobile shooter. So I would say Star Wars Hunters is a very well looking game. It's a great looking game when it comes to the mobile platform. So anyways, if you was wondering what in the world I'm talking about, well, this game is titled Star Wars Hunters, and as a squad-based PvP arena shooter based on the Star Wars franchise, that has a lot of intense battles, expansive maps, explosive game modes, and favorite Star Wars characters, like some of the characters you see right now. Once again, Analytic Dreams video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, because I'm currently playing gameplay, a gameplay video from Star Wars Hunters. So if you want to see that, Analytic Dreams video on Spotify. But anyways, the codes. All right, so the codes is a big deal because they said that a lot of people are clamoring for new redemption codes or whatever, but the status is, as of me recording this, the code redemption feature is not yet available in the game. But Zynga, the developer, said he would, he or she, I don't know, it's just on paper, so I don't know if it's a he or she, not trying to be disrespectful, may add this feature later as seen in their older games. And then for getting more codes, you should follow the game's social media channels, Twitter, Instagram, Discord, for updates on new codes and other game-related information. Because as far as the release date, I believe it just came, let me see, Star Wars Hunters release date. Because if they're talking about codes, I would assume it's not out. Yeah, I don't know what they're talking about codes. It said it came out June 4th. Maybe that's like a closed beta. I don't know. They're saying it's out, so I don't know why they're saying any different about the codes. So that's very confusing. Because they did come out with a stat saying Star Wars Hunters achieved nearly 1 million downloads within the first 48 hours after launch. It also made nearly, half 500,000 from in-game spending. Look at y'all, ready to buy some microtransactions, and wonder why you get half a game when you pay $70. But anyways, the game was the third. The game was the most third downloaded game. What type of wording is that? Anyways, it's the third most downloaded app as far as mobile game is considered. So yeah, the game is out. I don't know why I was talking about codes, but hey, that's why, I fact check and stuff. I try not to spread fake news. But anyways, let's get into tips for beginners. So call me Mickey all you want, but every mobile game I play on my PC, and I enjoy playing it on my PC, because let me tell you something. Using a controller connected to your PC for a mobile game will make you feel like Scump himself. As far as just taking people out over and over. Like little Timmy is just trying to get off of school, color into his coloring book, and get off the bus and play Star Wars Hunters. And guess who he running into? A gamer like me, sweating, dropping 30, 40 kill type games. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's how I like to play my mobile games. Completely giving me the advantage in every single situation. But for those who don't want to do that, then hey, like Michael Jordan said in his Last Dance documentary, if you don't want to play that way, don't play that way. You know what I'm saying? But that's how I play. You know what I mean? I don't take no prisoners. I don't care if you're 6, 7, 8. If in the video game format, I'm trying to get the W. So I got to do what I got to do to get this win. So anyways, optimize the settings. Of course, for every mobile game, you want to optimize the settings, because of course, if you're playing on an Android and you don't want it to blow up in your hands, I would probably adjust the settings for performance, prioritize smooth gameplay over high graphics. Just a little tidbit. And then I would utilize the pickups in this game and collect a lot of health and the ultimate ability boosters for a strategic advantage. Another tidbit I'll tell you is learn the maps. I mean, of course, familiarize yourself with the map layouts and pickup locations for better strategy. And then use your alt wisely. If you don't know what an alt is, because if you're not like a sweaty gamer like myself, for regular gamers out there, your alt is basically your ultimate, which is like your main ability that that usually hits a lot of enemies with maximum impact. So simply make sure to use your ultimates wisely. And then, of course, ending off with the review roundups, we have PC Mag giving this game a 3 out of 5 stars, saying it's entertaining but not groundbreaking because, of course, it's only so much you can do in a mobile game, but it seems like they pushed the limits as far as the boundaries and the depths they could go. Open Critic gave this an average score of 70, saying it's fun, balanced, but lacks depth, which in a mobile game, once again, may be a nitpick because, of course, who wants a mobile game to be super complex? You know, you're just trying to get on and take some people out and then get off. So IGN gave this game a 6.5 out of 10, saying it's lighthearted fun, but falls short in competitive features and progression rewards. So as far as the different reviews that I'm seeing right now, I would probably say they're a little harsh because it's a mobile game. I don't know if they expect CSGO or Dota 2, but let's just say it's not that type of game. You know, it's a fun, lighthearted mobile game that you can get on and take people out and then get off. So at the end of the day, that is my review of Star Wars Hunters. If you're a very avid mobile gamer, I would definitely give this a try. As you see it right now, it looks better than your average mobile shooter, and it's almost console quality. So with that being said, I would give it a try if you're a true mobile gamer. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know one of my social medias. What do you think about Star Wars Hunters? And at the end of the day, will you be giving this mobile game a try? Let's get into XDefiant, because the free-to-play first-person arena shooter that was released May 21st, 2024 seems to be more of an entree to what's to come. Because I feel like everybody's waiting for Black Ops 6, but the biggest thing right now is just to realize that if it's a free-to-play first-person shooter and it supports crossplay and is developed by Ubisoft, you would think it would be at least decent, right? But the amount of cheaters and the lengths that they have went to turn themselves into Susan Storm herself and Superman is outrageous. I mean, Analytic Dreams video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio version. But I just want to show you something real quick. As far as cheating in this game, it's just outlandish. Like, the lengths people are going to showcase how much they just do not respect the game is insane. This is actually gameplay from something else. Hold up. Okay, this is the one I was talking about. All right. So, yeah, this is a Susan Storm mod. I don't know if this is something you have to prestige to get, or if you have to level up to a certain point to get this type of ability. But this is just insane. Like, take a look at this.
What?
So obviously,
Just died from chat. There was no audio.
At first glance, it just seems like he got killed from a random enemy, right? And they come to find out, as you can see right there, you see the little glare, that is somebody shooting. But guess what? There's nobody there. So, and as you can see, it's very interesting as he quickly realizes this man is cheating. And there it goes again, that Susan Storm mod. I don't know if he just needs to get good at the game, because that's a lot of what I've been hearing from certain people who are just avid fans of the game is just get good. You know what I mean? Like, go invisible, fly in the air if you have to. Like, if everybody else is cheating, why don't you do the same? Well, I think that's where the Call of Duty fandom comes into play, because I think if there's one thing that Call of Duty knows how to do is make a game that cannot blatantly be broken like this. I mean, look at another person turning into Clark Kent himself.
It's actually incredible. What the fuck?
So as you can tell, this man gets shot. He doesn't know where he got shot from.
He just flew. It's actually insane.
And look, Clark Kent himself, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep. Look at this. Thirsty mods.
And what was the KD? 44-2. So hey, if Superman was ever to switch professions and go into the weaponry field, as far as him, instead of using his fists, using a couple ARs and SMGs, I think he'll have a pretty good career, because right here he's kind of laying it out for us on how it would go. So anyways, all jokes aside, the cheats in X-Define, and those are just a couple clips. Those are not even the start of the amount of cheaters in the game. So I had to get that out the way, because I think that's the biggest thing holding X-Define back. Because apparently it's like an ex Call of Duty developer developing this specific game. And I think they underestimated why Call of Duty puts so much of the budget into anti-cheat systems, right? And it's for stuff that they're experiencing right now. So besides that, let's get into the actual game, right? Like 4 minutes in, let's get into some of the more nitty gritty details of the game, because season 1 is coming soon. And the biggest thing about this season 1 is that it has a new map. Of course, they've been having a lot of different patches, which is improved hit flinch penalty for sniper rifles, fixing various issues and bugs, including those related to weapons, devices, and social features. And then some of the other things was the gameplay mechanics, such as the expiration timing of boosters and XP rewards, and then various faction ability nerfs and adjustments. Of course, with the new map Clubhouse and new game mode Capture the Flag, because I'm pretty sure that this doesn't have a team deathmatch, if I'm not mistaken. I believe it's just objective based game modes in X-Defiant, because it has the 4v4 game modes Occupy, Domination, Zone Control, and Escort. So yeah, it doesn't have typical team deathmatch, which, you know, not every first person shooter has to have that. But I was just pointing that out for those who was wondering. So as far as more details about season 1, it includes 3 Rainbow Six Siege operators: Bandit, Jagger, and Blitz. And then the abilities adapted for X-Defiant, such as Bandit's electrified barbed wire and Jagger's throwable ADS. Some of the other things are new weapons. I'm not going to get into that. It's more of the nerdy territory. I mean, this is all nerdy, but you know what I mean. That's why I love covering it. So as far as the beginners getting into this game who may not be as nerdy, some of the things to understand is, as far as getting into the game, the faction abilities and strengths, optimizing the game settings for performance, of course, customizing your weapons to suit your playstyle, which, you know, I hope you would do in any FPS. Emphasize teamwork and communication, because once again, there's no team deathmatch. It's an objective-based game. So you can't just go in, kill everybody, and be like, hey, I did the best on the team. Like, no, my brother, you didn't capture 1 point. You know what I'm saying? So what else? Yeah, that's basically it. You know, some of the typical general advice as far as the game. Adapt to different game modes, of course, goes back into being a team player. Use tactical grenades wisely. Utilize the mini map effectively, which, you know, using the mini map, man, that's a great tip, right? No. So what else? So of course, there's mixed reception from critics. The main thing that they're criticizing is what was the main thing? Oh, so basically the consensus was it has solid gunplay and core mechanics, but of course the mixed opinions comes from the content and features, which, you know, a lot of the ratings range from about like 6 to 8 to 10. So people, well, no, not 10, 6 to 8 out of 10, and that's just from various gaming publications. So it's not the most terrible, just downright atrocious game you'll ever play. It's more of a work in progress. The biggest thing that I want you to realize is that it's free to play, so you're really not losing anything besides your time as far as getting into the game and trying it out for yourself. And who knows, maybe you'll enjoy running into several versions of Clark Kent and Susan Storm. You know what I'm saying? But as far as not running into cheaters, I think overall, realizing that it's an objective-based game instead of just going and thinking that, oh, let me get the most kills and we'll win. So I think sometimes people get, especially randoms, you will get fixated on your KD and not realize that it's an objective-based game. You can kill all the people you want outside of the objective, but if you're not capturing a point, then what does it matter? Because as you can see right here, there's always a little team objective counter at the top. So you see one team has 22% and the other team has 0%. See, yeah, right here. So 22.3%, 0%. It's talking about, I forget which game mode this is, but every objective mode has this ticker at the top letting you know how long each team has captured a point. So it's more of a work together as a team than go out and try to just kill as many people as you can. So with that being said, some of the pro tips I've heard is the only 4 class setups that's best in XDefiant is the MP7, the ACR, AK-47, and the LVOA-C. I don't know what that is, but hey, they told me that those are the 4 class setups you should work with. The MP7, ACR, AK-47, LVOA-C. And then also, if you want to know the specific build, I got this from the Reddit. Let me see. If you want to know the specific build, because it seems like the MP7 is the fan favorite. Here's the best build you should use for the MP7. Once again, Analytic Dreams. On let me take my QR code off so you can see the full thing. All right, and then let me zoom out. I don't know if I zoomed out. Yeah, so Analytic Dreams video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. But like, take a screenshot of that. That's what most people are rocking. That's the fan favorite, and apparently it brings some great results. So with that being said, that's all I have for XDefiant. You know, at the end of the day, you know, they're trying. It is a free-to-play game, so, you know, you should give it some grace. I know I started off with the negative, but in all actuality, you should probably give it a chance if it's free-to-play. You know, I wish more games was free-to-play instead of charging you $70 and another $20 to $30 for the season pass. So, of course, what I would say is try it out for yourself and just see how you enjoy the objective-based free-to-play first-person arena shooter. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about XDefiant? And also, will you be getting into XDefiant and playing it whenever Season 1 eventually comes out? Man, the American Psychological Association, otherwise known as APA, is not going to like this one. As this video game, which is titled Body Cam, is an ultra realistic military FPS game developed by 2 young French developers. And Analytic Dreams video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, because to be honest, this is one of the more realistic games I've seen maybe ever. So this particular game uses the Unreal Engine to achieve photorealistic graphics and offers a unique perspective from a body camera, which is why it's called Body Cam. And it's set to release in early access soon with focus on multiplayer modes. Now, let me make sure Body Cam release date. I don't know if there's an actual release date yet. So, they're saying the game was released in early access on June 7th, but early access doesn't mean the game is like actually out. If people don't know, early access is basically one of those to have people test the game. Then usually they pull the game to put it out at a later date. But I don't know what that later date is. So currently, the game is in early access. That's all you need to know. So if you want to look it up and play it, just know that the platforms that the game is on is, I don't know if it shows me the platforms. Let me see. Body Cam. I thought it would have told me the platforms. I guess not. I wonder if it's just a PC only game, because the graphics on this, I don't even know if consoles can handle. Body Cam video game platforms. Let me see. Yeah, it seems like it's only available for PC. That's interesting. Okay, so PS5, Xbox release explained. Let me see. Because obviously somebody playing on console is probably like, when do I get the game? And let's just say we don't know. Let me see. So the game's already on PC, of course. Developers said, for now, we are aiming for a PC-only release with keyboard and mouse support. So, in all actuality, the graphics, I don't know if it could smoothly run on console, because I've watched people play the game on Steam. And granted, it is in early access, but it does have certain issues when it comes to optimization. I mean, it's a photorealistic game, mind you. So it's doing a lot with this hardware. So anyways, I didn't think it would be on consoles, but I had a fact check. So anyways, the game modes. Multiplayer is the only thing available right now as far as early access, including multiplayer modes such as Team Deathmatch, and Body Bomb. What? With up to 10 players per lobby. Playing game modes in the future, the developers promise to add more game modes such as to add more game modes, but we do not know what those game modes are. So they just said in the full release there'll be more game modes. Very general, but hey. No single player mode. Currently there are no plans for a single player mode, although developers might consider it in the future due to based on fan feedback. And then as far as the multiplayer modes, getting more into that, the Body Bomb mode, which is insane, but I think Rainbow Six Siege is notable as far as the game mode having one of these. So it's a strategic search and destroy mode requiring careful planning and coordination. And also Team Deathmatch, which is a 6v6 mode with friendly fire, unique weapons each round. Because I do think that the overall premise is for it to be realistic, so everybody has like the same weapon. It's not like no custom loadout on no Call of Duty type beat. Everybody has the same weapon, same grenade, tactical grenade, flashbang, stuff like that. So you can't really call anybody Mickey because y'all using the same stuff, unless somebody's cheating, of course. But another thing I wanted to touch on, but let's get into the major publication reviews first before I get into the actual seriousness of this video game and the conversation is brought up. So, Metacritic noted that this early access to the game shows that it shows promise and realism and gameplay, but notes issues with balance and progression. IGN gave this game a 5 out of 10. Praising the visuals and immersion, but criticized limited content and technical issues, recommending waiting for updates. Steam currently has a mixed reception of 72 positive review score as of me recording this, and players appreciate the realism and tactical gameplay, but mention balance and content concerns. GameSpot gave this a 6 out of 10, praising the game for innovation using body cam perspective, but highlighted need for polish and more content. PC Gamer gave this game a 68 out of 100, praising the graphics. It's a reoccurring theme in these reviews. Praising the graphics and tension-filled gameplay, but noted mission variety can be improved. And then also, Eurogamer gave this a detailed review and basically appreciated the unique perspective, but found the game rough around the edges, recommended monitoring updates. So as far as overall, specifically talking about the video game, you know, the graphics is definitely a unique approach to the FPS format, but the optimization issues when it comes to content, when it comes to technical polish, when it comes to widespread use of widespread engagement, right? Because the more people play the game, the more strenuous it's going to be on the servers. So for it to be in early access and having these issues, then you could probably realize that they have a long way to go. But as far as, getting it out there in early access, you can sort of already make your claim to fame to this photorealistic FPS mode, just in case any copycats come around. But to be honest, I don't think the gamers really care about copycats. I mean, if you copy somebody and do it even better, I'm pretty sure consumers won't care. So let's get into the real discussion. Now, Trainwreck came out and said a statement, and gave a statement regarding the game Body Cam, because if you don't know, it's very realistic. And with realism like this comes into play the whole concern about violence in video games. I mean, Gaming Against Violence, American Academy of Pediatrics, which is a medical organization, endorsed to view that exposure to violent media, including video games, can contribute to real life violent behavior and may harm children in other ways. And it also, along with that organization, is the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry. I think that's how you pronounce it. And then, of course, the one I started off with, the American Psychological Association, which is not exclusively for video games, but is been heavily involved in a ton of debates linking violence to video games, right? But their stance has evolved over time, of course. But it's a very convoluted discussion, because it's not black and white, but what is black and white is the fact that this game is ultra realistic, and it kind of takes away the empathy from shooting somebody, right? So let's put this up right quick. So Trainwreck came out and said, I'm going to get a lot of hate for this, I have his quote up on the screen if you want to see it. Analytic Dreams on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. Well, Analytic Dreams video. Make sure to put the video. So anyways, Trainwreck said, I'm going to get a lot of hate for this, but this level of realism in video games should be heavily moderated in shooters for anyone under a certain age. I hope parents do their job. This level of realism for shooting and killing makes me feel uncomfortable, as if I'm watching a real leak from a military or police operation. The clear distinction between real and fake is necessary. But this level of realism, in my opinion, gives real credibility to the nonsense politicians that have been spewing for years about video games conditioning young people to lose a sense of empathy toward violence tendencies or situations. Now, as far as his statement and what I personally think, for the most part, we agree. Only thing I would say is I believe shooting games do take away a sense of empathy, right? Because, not saying that because you play a shooting game, you'll go out and shoot somebody in real life, but you're killing people in a video game, and the premise of that, I believe, makes you lose, I don't know what percent, I'm not a doctor, but I think you lose a certain level of empathy when you're killing somebody over and over and over again in a video game. But as far as it translating into real life and you wanting to go out and kill somebody, I don't think there's like a strong correlation with that. But that's just my personal opinion. You know what I mean? And also, everything else that he said, I completely agree with. So that brings up the age-old debate. Violence in video games. You know, some will argue against violence in video games, basically suggesting that video games lead to more aggressive behavior, and that middle school students who play mature-rated games, which is M-rated for those who don't know, were more likely to engage in physical aggression compared to non-players, right? I think that's false. Simulating violent actions in games may enhance learning of those behaviors. Realistic controllers can significantly affect cognitive aggression. And then another one against violent video games is, of course, the age-old discussion. Grand Theft Auto, right? And people say playing Grand Theft Auto leads teenagers to imitate violent acts from the game, raising concerns about real-life behavior influenced by gaming. So those are the arguments against violence in video games. But of course, to be fair, let's read off the arguments in favor of violence in video games, because a lot of people advocate that due to research, the comparison is flawed and there's no direct causal relationship that has been established between video games and social violence. And also, people believe that violent video games provide a safe outlet for aggression feelings and may even reduce crime. And then the last tidbit is that federal crime statistics show that serious violent crimes among youths have decreased since 1996, despite the soaring rise in popularity when it comes to video game sales. So of course, there's a lot of data and studies to back up each argument, but some of the more notable ones is the psychology of violence that highlighted the competitive gaming nature regardless of violent content relates to aggression. That's one. And then another one had the Journal of the American Medical Association that found a causal link between habitual violent video game playing and increased long-term aggressive behavior. But to note, those are just some of the more notable ones. It's essential to know that these are all just certain research using certain stats and statistics, and even though they're observational, they don't prove as cause and effect as far as the overall debate of violence in video games, because it's multiple perspectives that you can come at this topic with, and then you have to realize at the end of the day it's a very nuanced debate. So that's the reason I even wanted to cover body cam in the first place, because this discussion and topic is never going away. People are going to always link violent video games to certain actions in the real world. And that is just something I think politicians specifically use to disregard the actual problem, which may be in some cases the freedom and lack of security when it comes to getting a weapon. And I'm talking about certain states. Obviously in New York is very locked down, right? And I'm talking about other states where you can like just have weapons freely. And then it's a very nuanced discussion in that aspect, because is it a bad thing? Is it a good thing? Well, history will tell you that the people having weapons is sort of a good thing, because if the government ends up doing something that's, let's say, diabolical to the people, right, and we have no way to defend ourselves, well then what are we going to do? We just got to obey to what the government says. Like, imagine if the government was like, hey, you know what, y'all can't have no more children. If you do, we going to kill them. You know what I'm saying? Like, obviously it's a very extreme example, but then how would you uprise or go against the system when your weapons are not even up to par? Not even saying that the general public has weapons up to par to the military, but I'm just saying if we don't have no weapon at all, I think it leads to certain checks and balances that ends up being non-existent because we can't defend ourselves. So I think this is a very nuanced discussion. It's definitely not black and white, but yeah, that's what I have to say about that. As far as body cam, the game's realistic, man. There's really nothing else to say. I mean, it's a ultra realistic multiplayer first person shooter. If you have a PC, I would definitely try it with your friends, because just to see it for yourself. And in all actuality, I never say this, but if this game was to come out with the VR version, I would not be mad. I think it's one of those games that could really be the flagship IP for a VR system. And I know y'all probably saying, what do you mean VR? I'm telling you, the realistic aspect of this game seems to be the selling point. If you put that in VR, obviously it has to be optimized, because if you don't know, VR games have to have a certain frame rate because of vertigo and like something else. But anyways, has to have a certain frame rate, or else the person using the system could have like issues like headaches, migraines, things like. I mean, you can have that regardless, but having a great frame rate will make it less of a chance, if that makes sense. So yeah. What else? That's basically it. This game is in early access once again, so I wouldn't judge it too harshly. Like sometimes people just completely disregard early access and act like it's the finished product. Early access is accessing something early, like it's not finished. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, just keep that in mind. But anyways, for my PC players, this game is available. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about the game Body Cam? And at the end of the day, how do you feel about the discussion of violent video games? And where do you stand on the matter? Dr. Disrespect. Now, coming off of the review that I just gave when it comes to Kendrick Lamar's Not Like Us music video, I think it's very fitting to follow that up with some Dr. Disrespect news, because as far as his career, as far as his reputation, it has forever been altered and changed, as he was, quote, sending inappropriate messages to a minor on Twitch back in 2017, which he confirmed led to his permanent ban from the platform in 2020. Now, Analytic Dreams video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, because I currently have his full statement up. I don't know if you can necessarily read that. You may have to take a screenshot or zoom in, or mainly just go to his Twitter account and read the statement for yourself. But the biggest thing is, it's over. It's very serious what he's accused with, and should not be taken lightly. And his partnerships and brands seemingly are not taking it lightly, as Turtle Beach, the San Francisco 49ers, Midnight Society, and more importantly, YouTube specifically has suspended Dr. Disrespect's ability to monetize his content, which is a huge deal, citing their creator responsibility policy. And this means he can no longer earn revenue from ads or memberships on his channel. Pretty big deal. As far as the other partnerships that I referred to, Turtle Beach, San Francisco 49ers, Midnight Society, they have terminated their relationship with him after confirming the accusations. Think about it. Something that happened back in 2017 is now being acted upon in 2024. Now, he was permanently banned on Twitch back in 2020, but as far as the YouTube, as far as his other partnerships, it's really coming to fruition in 2024 because of the community backlash. And with that, a lot of streamers and content creators have came out and publicly talked about his actions. Streamers like Nick Merckx, Kai Cenat, Jacksepticeye, denouncing everything that Dr. Disrespect did in that message and towards a minor. People have made parody disses, which is reflected the community's disapproval. I mean, as far as his personal statement, I have it on the screen right here. You can read it if you want to. There's a lot of garbage words to try to reject labels like predator or pedophile, which is exactly what he is, right? And as far as his controversy and the message that happened back in 2017 with the minor, which he admitted to, he admitted to the inappropriate message to a minor on Twitch back in 2017. And the reason why I was taking a pause, because I was trying to find where he said it. But basically, this is Dr. Disrespect. You wonder what the source is? You want to know my source? The man himself. like this is insane. This man tweeted out because he was addressing apparently some ex-Twitch employee came out and just leaked the reason he was permanently banned back in 2020, because basically everybody was just like, oh, they're just not working together no more, but nobody ever said a reason. So I guess, I don't know if he got fired, laid off, left, I don't know what happened, but the ex-Twitch employee was like, hey, I'm not taking this to the grave with me. So he just let the cat out of the bag on why Dr. Disrespect was banned from Twitch back in 2020, and basically said he messaged a minor, right? Public backlash started to come up because of that, and Dr. Disrespect responded to that because of it resurfacing. And guess what he said? And it's highlighted in this video. Hold on, let me see if I can zoom in. Yeah, hopefully y'all can see that. Let me zoom in a little bit more. Make sure y'all can see this nice and clear. Yeah, there we go. Dr. Disrespect tweeted out, he said, were there Twitch whisper messages with an individual minor back in 2017? The answer is yes. Let me tell you something, ladies and gentlemen. That's the only thing that needs to happen after a grown 30-plus-year-old man says something like that. Did you? Hold up. Because I don't know, man. Like, that type of stuff.
I just don't like it, man. I just don't like that shit, man.
Like, honestly, when it comes to grown men targeting minors,
I just don't like it, man. I just don't like that shit, man.
It's really a different level of disgusting as far as being a human being and going at minors for certain actions, right? Because something is wrong with you, and you need help. But more importantly, you need to be put in a place to where you cannot affect and keep engaging in this type of activity. So as far as this controversy, as far as him losing monetization and all of his sponsorship deals, and his lengthy statement basically confirming, which nobody else, if he wouldn't have said anything, we would have had it been like allegedly he texted a minor and all that sort of stuff. He came out himself and said, were there Twitch whisper messages with an individual minor back in 2017? The answer is yes. Ladies and gentlemen, and then he said the case resolved by a settlement. There's no need to settle if you're not guilty, my brother. And with that, let's just know that simply him saying there was no criminal charges brought against me, that's all we need to hear. A settlement and no criminal charges. This man sound like Diddy himself. So, yeah, man, it's over for Dr. Disrespect. A lot of other rumors and allegations that I try to focus on the facts, but at this point, people are coming out in the community talking about how at certain conventions, he hits up certain pretty women at the convention and begs them to come to his room while he has a wife, mind you. And back in 2017, he also admitted, this man was a nasty, nasty, nasty man. Back in 2017, along with the minor texting and things of that nature, he also admitted to infidelity. That I believe that particular situation happened 2019, and he like admitted to it. Like he came out and said, I did. You know, it was like a public apology to his wife, basically. And you know, it's sad at the end of the day, but he still has to face the repercussions for his actions, because everybody makes mistakes, but this right here, this type of mistake, you can't come back from it. It's not. It's non-negotiable. It's over. It's over. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think should happen to Dr. Disrespect because of the inappropriate text to a minor on Twitch back in 2017? And why do you think it took so long for his other partnerships, and more specifically YouTube, to step in?
Like never before, African woman, you're the one I adore. Happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day.
See, I'm rapping today.
You know what I mean? We one day late, but that's all right.
Cheers, man.
Hey, tell me you cheesing, fam.
Cheers to the whole country. Hard day today. Sun's out. Enjoy it. Enjoy it.
This man threw a whole party. It's crazy. So anyways, yesterday was Canada Day, as it marked a birth of a unified and independent nation, commemorating our rich history, diverse culture, and shared values. On this day, we reflect on what it means to be Canadian, celebrate our land, contributions, and above all, our people. I wonder, how many clicks away do you think Drake was when Rick Ross received the beats in a brawl in Vancouver after performing Not Like Us on June 30th? That's what I want to know, because the whole fiasco happened because he played Not Like Us in Canada. Like, imagine going to LA and playing Drake Family Matters track, right? I was trying to think of a Drake beef track. Family Matters, Push Ups, just whatever track you want to play. Imagine playing that in LA. Probably wouldn't end up well, right? Like, would Kendrick even have to do anything, or would the place just take pride in you, in where they're from, and take their actions out on you because you're trying to openly disrespect them? So anyways, that's basically what happened. Rick Ross played Kendrick Lamar's Drake diss track Not Like Us at the end of his set, and guess what? The festival goers definitely let him know that it was not going to go down like that. And so basically what I have right here is a little recap of Drake. This is the aftermath of the situation. And, you know, Drake's just celebrating Canada Day. You know, no correlations to be found. No correlations need to be made. Just know that he's celebrating Canada Day. And after one of the biggest festivals in Canada ended like it ended.
Like never before, African woman, you're the one I adore.
Oh, once again, Analytic Dreams video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio.
Happy Canada Day. See, I'm rapping today.
He said he repping today. I wonder why. But anyways, let's get into 50 Cent's recap of the situation, because of course the everlasting comedian that is 50 Cent has some comments to say about this situation. So here we go.
Hey guys, you know, I just saw a very unfortunate situation that took place in Canada, and I wanted to say to everyone, you know, that I hope that that brother made it home safely. I hope that
safety first.
He now has a different perspective.
Yeah.
And a better sense of what to do and what not to do while you're out in the world, you know?
Talk to him.
That part where the young guy went like, he did this little move and shit.
Yeah, I gotta see the video version, bro. 50 Cent's a comedian. Hold on, let me play this back.
That part where the young guy went like, he did this little move and shit and got knocked the fuck out, like right there. That does not reflect him. That reflects his camp. And he might need to go get the Dream Chasers or hey.
All right, so he broke character at the end, but anyways, obviously he was making fun of Rick Ross because of course they have a little, not even a little, they have a long-standing beef. Let's just put it like that. Now, I don't know why Rick Ross keeps messing with Drake, right? You go to Canada playing Kendrick's diss track, calling him a pedophile in his hometown. What do you think's gonna happen, right? I'm not an advocate for violence, but I'm also a law-abiding citizen. And let me tell you, if you're in Canada playing Kendrick's Not Like Us, right now I'm playing the altercation. And just know, if you're going to have Not Like Us playing in the hometown of the guy the track is calling a pedophile, then the people who are native to that area probably have certain ties to the native rapper to where they will speak up, and then stuff like this happens. So as you can see, Rick Ross is right here. Analytic Dreams video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. Rick Ross is talking to the people. I'm playing on mute because the track is playing in the background. And of course, I don't want music copyright issues, so I'm playing it on mute. But basically, the Not Like Us is still playing in the background. And the funniest thing possible happened. So it went from Kendrick's Not Like Us track to Meek Mill's Dreams and Nightmares, I believe. So whoever was up there was just definitely just having a field day. But anyway, so the altercation breaks out, as you can see. Rick Ross security did a great job on getting him out of there. This is the big guy right here. This is Rick Ross's security. No, that's not Rick Ross himself. And then somebody else threw a punch. Basically, his entourage was definitely protecting him. Somebody picked up a weapon. That's one thing in a brawl, man. All things is fair in game. Like I gotta pick up whatever I gotta pick up to get home safely. You know what I'm saying? So as you can see, it's still going. This is the aftermath of it. You see that even the big guy got knocked down. That's how you know that the people in Canada was not playing no games. Like, you know how much force you have to use to knock down a dude that looks over 400 pounds? Like, that is just NFL quality right there. So anyways, the tag team him right here, left, right, looking like a dance revolution. But at the end of the day, the big guy was just protecting Rick Ross and succeeded in his mission. So I wouldn't be surprised if he got a raise, right? And then the funniest thing about this whole thing in all actuality is Rick Ross posted on his story, because he posts on his story 24/7 to show himself that he's okay, no marks on his face, things like that. It's because all the marks are on his entourage's face, and one of them literally got knocked out, like to the point where he got carried up out of the area. So safe to say his entourage got the beats, but as far as the main mission of getting your money maker out safely, they accomplished that. So technically, I want to say kudos to them, because I would assume they would get some type of raise, or maybe not even a raise. Maybe Rick Ross is like, that's what I paid you in the first place for. So anyways, this is not anti-Rick Ross, of course. This is just anti what he did. If you think playing a pedophile anthem is going to fly in that man's hometown, just know ungodly things may happen to you, right? So with that being said, Drake obviously liked the post put up by 6act TV. It's not academics. It's another platform. But I think this is like the Toronto academics. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I just don't know too much about 6act. So anyways, they put up a post saying Rick Ross met the BC Demons. I guess that's like some type of gang. I don't know. The BC Demons at his show tonight. He shouldn't have played Kendrick Lamar's hit record. And then if you take a gander at the like by section, you could see the one and only Champagne Poppy liked the post. Now, this is where I'm backtracking my statements and I'm going at Aubrey Graham. Drake, if you want the beef to die down with Rick Ross, because it's seemingly more serious than whatever you have going on with Kendrick, even though he's the one who made the track, but whatever. So seemingly Rick Ross and Drake is a way more serious back and forth than people realize. You liking a post, making it seem like you had anything, even if you didn't, making it seem like the public perception, which you are very familiar with. The fight seems to be constructed by you now because you like that post. Even though if you know the background going into it, it was already a Canada show happening. Rick Ross's book, Rick Ross performed, everything was going well. Then at the end of his set, he played Kendrick Lamar's Not Like Us. Fans from Canada got upset, understandably so, and a brawl broke out. So if you think in a span of that, Drake was able to hear the Not Like Us, call somebody to make Rick Ross uncomfortable, all in the span of 10 to 15 minutes, then you're just mistaken. So this was just fans taking it upon themselves to have pride in where they're from, and that's where the altercation ensued. Rick Ross at the end of this basically came out. I think I have that right here. Yeah, so this is his jet where he flies around on. And he basically said, Vancouver, it was fun. Until next time. Basically saying that he can't wait to make a return. And apparently there's no serious injuries to his team. Even though I literally saw somebody knocked out, like limp doll, knocked out on one of the videos. And it was by Rick Ross's team because they're the ones who picked him up to get him to safety. So I don't know how that man's doing, but let me just tell you, getting knocked out must not feel great. Like that was like rag doll central, right? And what else? So another thing about Rick Ross and Drake, because this one's pretty serious. So Rick Ross had an emergency landing while traveling to Vancouver. Why do y'all think these incidents around Vancouver keeps happening? Had to give a long pause because I think people are not putting two to two together. So this is getting very serious to the point where well-known celebrities are coming out, of course. One being Marlon Wayans, and he basically saying, "Dear hip hop, it's all fun and games," and this just came out recently, so he's definitely addressing the Rick Ross situation that happened as well. Dear hip hop, it's all fun and games until people start getting hurt. Remember this: history repeats itself. I knew Tupac, I knew Biggie, I partied with them, hung out with them, saw them both 20 minutes before they got shot. Violence is real. Everyone can be touched. Don't entertain the devil. I love Drake. I love Rick Ross. I love Kendrick. I love the game. That's interesting. He put it like that. And I say to all my brothers, there's enough for everyone to eat. Y'all all need to do what Jermaine did. I ain't know. Hey, I'm gonna let that slide. Walk away from the BS with peace, with love, with positivity. Life is short, even shorter if you spend your energy on breaking each other down instead of building each other up. Hate seeing any of our kings at war. We are too few. Stop! ! And I say this with love. Always OG, Marlon Wayne. So, of course, very well constructed message, well thought out message. And of course, he lets you know his previous ties to one of the biggest situations in hip hop as far as Biggie and Tupac. So, not gonna lie to you. When Rick Ross put this up, and remind you, this was back in, do they say when this was? They don't. Let me see. When was the plane crash? Let me see. It was, okay, June 30th. Let Let me see. That's not right. Because it's June right now. Oh, my goodness. Oh, I'm tripping. Let me just look at the date of what he tweeted. All right, so when I'm tripping. Yeah, I don't know why I said that. Rick Ross said, my jet just crashed. And then he jokingly said, Drake, well, I say jokingly. But he said, Drake OVO F-16 fighter jet just shot us down. This was put out May 3rd, 2024. Right? This was in response to Rick Ross having an emergency landing while traveling to Vancouver, and his private jet experienced engine failure mid-flight. Let me repeat that. Rick Ross's private jet experienced engine failure mid-flight while they was in the air. I don't think I realized how crazy this is. So anyways, Ross and his team, of course, were unharmed, but the incident caused a delay in his arrival to the festival. But also, there's something else I was wanting to touch on. Oh yeah, they're comparing this to when the East versus West conflict happened in the 90s. That's what people are comparing this to. And they're criticizing the mudslinging that's going on and perpetuated by the ones of like a 50 Cent. Like, if you listen to a 50 Cent talk about this situation, and then you listen to a Marlon Wayans talk about this situation, it's very different tones, right? So that's one thing to note. And also, following up the May 3rd situation, or because May 3rd is not exactly when it happened. So like before May 3rd, so May 1st or whatever, beginning of May, right? Following that up with this incident in June 30th, with him closing out his festival in Canada with the Kendrick Lamar Not Like Us with the diss track, and then the audience members attacking Ross post-performance, you can realize that Rick Ross is playing in dangerous territory. But to be fair, so is Drake. So I don't want to leave that out of any situation. In any scenario, both of these people are at fault, and the way that they are perpetuating the beef and continuing the beef just seems like it will not have a great outcome, because it put even more emphasis on it. Drake has been doing little sly stuff himself, of course, as Drake. I'm trying to see where this is at. I think it was Rick Ross's. Where's it at? I swear I had it right here. Don't you love when you write something down and then you can't find it? Eagerness to return. That's not it. Mudslinging variations, several flights. It was like an Instagram post. I found it. All right. So Rick Ross, Rick Ross's baby mom and ex. So the ex and mother of his child, Tia Kemp, involved herself in social media feud where you can see right here. Where basically Tia Kemp, who is Rick Ross's baby mom and ex, said Drake with star eye emojis, right? And y'all already know how Drake gets down when he goes at his enemies. Like I keep continuing to tell y'all. Your passion, your pleasure, and it was something else, I forget. But Drake always goes after pleasure and as far as your significant other. So with Rick Ross's ex commenting Drake under an academics post, it's not even Drake's account. So to do that, but then for Drake to comment under Tia Kemp and say and put his own starry eyes emoji with and you could look at this. It's Analytic Dreams on Spotify to see the video along with the audio to see this picture right here. I don't know if y'all can see the entire picture. Hold on, let me zoom out. You should be able to see the entire picture now. But Drake responded to that with his own story eye emoji saying "my GOAT," and then of course Rick Ross at the bottom put "pedo" versus Granny in response to both of those, in response to their comments to each other, right? This won't end well. I hope it does, but ladies and gentlemen, we've reached a dangerous portion in the Drake beef discography. What's happening with Drake and Rick Ross didn't happen with Pusha, never happened with Meek, never happened with Kendrick. When there's public display of you getting quote unquote beat up in your enemy's hometown, human nature is going to want you to respond to get even. And that's why I'm going to leave it at. So anyways, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about this back and forth between Rick Ross and Drake? And what do you think could resolve these two gentlemen's beef?
Which meet and greet did you have? That's what's wrong. This is from Columbus. Oh, Columbus. Yep.
Literally after my picture went viral, my boyfriend broke up with me about a week later after arguing because he felt like Chris was too close on me. I was like, it's one of the most respectable pictures.
So respectable. Back to him and everything. That's definitely a respectable picture.
But I would trade my ex for me and Chris Brown 100 more times. So,
oh, that's even more respectable. You know what I'm saying?
definitely really, really right there.
All right, so Analytic Dreams video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, because this is completely top tier comedy. Because Chris Brown is currently on his 11/11 tour, and it includes a meet and greet additional opportunity, basically, and it costs $1,111, basically playing off of the 11/11, and this doesn't include the concert ticket. So if you pay for the concert ticket, that's already probably $300 to $600, right? I'm just giving a broad range, and then to add $1,111 on top of that, I mean, goodness gracious. At that point, you can do whatever you want in that picture. I mean, the amount of money you paying, you might as well. Nah, just play. Let me chill. So, in all actuality, I'm not mad at the people who pay money getting the money's worth, right? But there's this word called repercussions, right? And basically, there's this other phrase that's labeled cause and effect. There's a cause and then there's an effect. So, you taking a picture with Chris Brown like this, and you have a boyfriend. The effect may be your boyfriend could leave. You know what I'm saying? It's not rocket science. It's basically, you know what you're doing. You're paying all this money for another man. You're paying all this money for another man's attention for like 10 to 15 seconds. And then guess what? Your man leaves. Your actual man leaves. And guess what? You probably don't even care in the first place. Because if your significant other is paying this much money to meet a famous celebrity, to take a salacious picture with them, then there's things to address at the foundation. I'm no financial advisor, but $1,400 to $1,800 to go to a concert and meet your favorite musician, I would say is pretty outlandish. But if you got it, right? Because I'm assuming these people got it. If you got it, then you could possibly say that it's in their budget. And that is the only way I would say it's excusable, is if both of you are six-figure people, whereas $1,400 to $1,800 is nothing, right? So that's the only way I would excuse a picture like this. Like if the girlfriend's making a good amount of money, if the boyfriend's making a good, 6 figures, right? I would say maybe the boyfriend should be like, it's just Chris Brown. But where I come into play as far as having a problem with it is the financial capacity of most of these people should not include 14 to 1800 for a 10-second meetup with Chris Brown, even though it's a picture included, right? But there's other perks that come along with it as far as the meet and greet. That comes with signed merchandise and other benefits. And that's why I'm just giving my personal sentiments on people who don't have it, trying to pay this exorbitant amount to meet their favorite person. Because obviously, I would be hard pressed if it's actually in your budget for majority of people. So anyways, these are some of the other pictures from the meet and greet. As you can tell, I feel like they're picking out the most salacious ones and showing them to the public because this is probably what they asked for, right? She probably is like, Chris Brown, I want you to do this for the picture. And he does it, and then they take the picture, right? Because you're paying $1,100. Like, at this point, it's like, I'm going to do whatever because you're paying this amount. And somebody could say it's a lot, but what I would say is, it's Chris Brown. The most talented person I've ever seen in life, right? So I'm surprised he's only charging that much. I think he could charge a lot more. But the thing about it is he wants to play off of the 11/11 as far as the album, the tour, things of that nature. So there was another thing that I'm going to get to in a second. And the main thing I want to say is these are consensual. They asked for this. It's not something that he's just like, oh, you fine, let me do this to you. You know what I'm saying? They asking for it, and he's obliging because they paid the price, right? And there's probably some type of clause or whatever they have to sign. And even if not, I would probably assume they had to sign something because you never want them to turn around and be like, oh, he did this to me when you asked for it, right? Because in today's age, you got to be careful with that and definitely got to get consent. So Chris Brown came out and defended these actions, basically saying, let me see, Analytic Dreams video on Spotify. See the video along with the audio because I'm basically showing the actual response right here. So basically, Chris Brown came out and gave a statement saying, when artists do concerts, they all have something called a VIP package. I haven't done meet and greets in over 7 years. I have the coolest fans on the planet. I appreciate the expletive out of them. These are memories that will last with them forever. Unlike most of these lame artists, and I think this particular statement is very, very important to note. Unlike these lame artists that won't even make eye contact with the people who made it possible to even have a career. I only exist because of these fans saw something in me I never thought was possible. So I'm going to go all out for my fans. And I think that's a great sentiment because no matter if you think charging already paid fans, like, because the meet and greet is for people who already paid to come to the concert, so you're paying double. So you're charging fans again. And what I personally think is no matter the price point, meeting Chris Brown is a privilege because of his status in the music industry. So many different gems and stories that can be told from one man, that is Chris Brown. So meeting your favorite musician is something that I think is very important to a fan of his. And most other fans, like imagine having a meet and greet with a Nicki Minaj or a Drake, people on that stature, because that's what Chris Brown is. He's up there in the 1% of the 1%. Like Bernie Sanders said, like the 1% of the 1% of the 1%. That's what Chris Brown is. So you're getting to meet this person, this individual, for $1,111, basically $1,100. So I think it's a great opportunity and a testament to his humbleness when it comes to taking the time out to meet with his fans. Because I don't think y'all realize how much 6 figures at least. Well, no, at the bare minimum, high 6 figures for Chris Brown to perform, right? So, in all actuality, you could add it up and be like, oh, but he's making this much from the meet and greets. Like, it's still Chris Brown. It's not like he's broke. He doesn't even have to do it at all. And for him to do it, it's definitely a privilege for his fans. So, where was I going with that? Oh, yeah, so that's how I feel about the situation. So, of course, there's mixed reactions. A lot of people are criticizing the intimate nature of the photos, even though they're asking for it. And that's why Chris Brown had to come out with this statement basically stating that he's making his fans happy. It's not like they're just upset, with the service they're getting. Actually, it's the opposite. People are getting in trouble because they're having too much enjoyment out of these meet and greets with Chris Brown. I mean, just think of if it wasn't like a meet and greet, like if it was just normal, if it was just like a normal scenario where you saw Chris Brown, I guess, I don't know, man. It's a lot of different scenarios to where a significant other could get upset because of these intimate pictures. And one of the biggest things that came out about this tour is there was a woman who basically did one of the intimate poses that I'm about to show. Once again, Analytic Dreams on video to see the video along with the audio. So Chris Brown was with a certain fan, and she asked to be picked up for the picture. I don't think this would have gained any traction if she wasn't an attractive person, right? But with that being a fact, and with her, well, also her soon-to-be husband did come out, so it probably wouldn't have gained any traction if he didn't come out. But basically, this is one step up from the beginning video I played of the girl losing her boyfriend, which she didn't seem too mad about, but losing her boyfriend because of the meet and greet. They was actually in this scenario, they were actually engaged, and basically he said he called off the engagement because guess what? He said that was his soon-to-be fiance. He said he was heartbroken, devastated, embarrassed, and to quote my man Stephen A. Smith, he said he was bamboozled. Once I seen this photo and seen how viral it's gotten with the insensitive, supportive comments, how dare y'all be supportive? I ended the engagement immediately. And this is the full sentiment. This man said, "This was my soon-to-be fiance. This photo has gone viral. This was her birthday present. In my head, I was convinced that a meet and greet means shaking hands and getting a signed autograph, black and white picture, or a CD." And then he goes on to say, "I am heartbroken, devastated, embarrassed, and bamboozled. Once I seen this photo and seeing how viral it's gotten with the insensitive, supporting comments, I ended the engagement immediately. Going to the gym and start my life with Jesus." What Jesus got to do with this? Anyways, until a new path is developed with the Lord's guidance. Always got to put it on the Lord, right? Like, hey, maybe the Lord helped to get that. No, let me try. Hey, maybe the Lord helped to flip the meet and greet. Let me just say that. You know what I mean? Hey, it's all right, man. All people go through it. Sad, I guess if it has to be you, I mean, you was just one of the random casualties of war. So obviously you can tell is this picture, she's not too upset with this picture that she took with Chris Brown, and she's definitely enjoying that picture. Let's just say that. And in all actuality, I have the same sentiments. If actually in this scenario, it's on him. I mean, if this was her birthday present, I mean, goodness, I mean, you thought it was one thing. If you're not gonna do your research, then that's on you, my buddy. Like, you bought her this for her birthday, and mad that she's enjoying your present. Like, at that point, like, that's your fault. So in this scenario, I'm blaming the what did I say? The husband, soon-to-be husband, because for wives it's like fiance. For husband, I forget what it is. I don't know. Anyways, yeah, it's your fault, man. You pay for it. You didn't do your due diligence for something you paid for, and was mad that she enjoyed it thoroughly. So, just be happy that she didn't turn out like Party Next Door's ex. You know what I'm saying? Like, that whole scenario, I was gonna cover it, but I'm gonna spare Party Next Door, maybe next time. But let's just say, as far as slapping the ethnicity out of you, Party Next Door better be careful, because Chris Brown is really about that life. If there was one thing that the Weakest Link diss towards Quavo taught me, is that Chris Brown is indeed willing to take it to any lengths. So anyways, yeah, man, that's basically it. Chris Brown's meet and greet sometimes gets flipped for certain fans, depending on how you look. Because there was one fan that, hold on, let me see if I can find this. There was one fan that Chris Brown basically followed after. Chris Brown follows fan. I don't know if I can find it. Follows fan. It was a fan that took a picture with him, and then he started to follow, like, the Instagram, all type of stuff. Because, he definitely has a type, and that's why I was trying to bring it up. Because she definitely looks like a certain someone. And let's see, Chris Brown fan meet and greet. I know what the specific person looks like. That's why I'm trying to bring it up. Is it this person? Nope. It's not her. Let me see. Yeah, I can't find it. It's alright though. Maybe next time. Because it just showcased that this man definitely has a type. Yeah, I can't find it. It's alright. Just know that Chris Brown, you're doing the Lord's work, man. I feel like this is only affecting relationships that was already on rocky grounds, right? It was already on thin ice. And you basically just showcase that they indeed should probably see other people. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Chris Brown just doing the Lord's work and giving the fans what they wanted? And how do you feel about these certain scenarios that we covered as far as these lovers, quote unquote, breaking up because of the meet and greet? Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to get into the Florida drill rap scene. Now, of course, this is a subgenre of the main genre hip hop. And the biggest thing about drill is that it just seems like if you want a long career as far as musically in hip hop, drill seems to be complete opposite of that. And of course, I'm going to try to be respectful throughout this whole breakdown of drill, but the more and more I get into the details of what is the result of this type of music, the more and more I just despise everything about it. I mean, this genre is basically a machine of death, basically. And it's very unfortunate the way that people promote this type of music. And I don't want to sound like an old head, because of course I'm not. But I think from the outside looking in, a track like Who I Smoke, who literally got their sample cleared by the original artist to put out on all DSPs. That's why if you go to a DSP, like, let's look at it right quick. If you go to a DSP, the only way you can put music on there is if you get stuff cleared, right? Who I Smoke is literally out right now on all DSPs. You go to the credits and I'm trying to bring it up. You go to the credits and it's put out under Cinematic Music Group /ATK/18 Records. That's the real culprits as far as who should be responsible for this track coming out. Because using a popular sample, clearing it for the DSPs, a track literally bragging about taking people off of this earth is beyond inhumane. So I just want to get into the precipice of it, right? What is the origins? What is the foundation of this thing we call Florida drill? What is this in all actuality when it comes to the overall landscape into hip hop? So before that, I want to get into the reason I'm even covering this. Foolio passed away, of course. Rest in peace of Foolio. But the long-standing beef between Young and Ace and Foolio has a lot of history, and I feel like it just needs to be broken down and disseminated to the public because a lot of people are just completely oblivious to what's happening and why it's such a big deal. So basically, Foolio, Young and Ace beef started around 2017, stemming from a lot of rivalry between the respective crews. Foolio's crew is KTA, which is Kill Them All. Very creative, right? And then Young and Ace's crew, ATK, Ace Top Killers, which is a little bit more creative. Diss tracks and shootings became the norm as tensions escalated with these two rival gangs. So with that being said, a lot of incidents happened in the midst of their rivalry. Like in May 2017, Foolio's 17-year-old cousin, 17, mind you, year-old cousin Zion Brown was fatally shot and associated with an associate of Young and Ace. DeAndre Thomas was later charged with murder in retaliation. Ace's brother, Trayvon Bullard, and two others were tragically killed in a drive-by shooting in 2018. So when it comes to music, it's far beyond music. It's far beyond the surface level Who I Smoke track. It's actual real rivalry that's been escalated and extended throughout the music. Because when Young and Ace put out the track Who I Smoke, going at Foolio and his KTA group, Foolio responded with the track When I See You, featuring shots at a graveyard. I want y'all to realize how just bottom of the barrel as far as quality and as far as content these people are reaching at to get a certain rise in popularity and financial gain. Fast forward 2024, Foolio has passed away due to a shooting and being shot and killed. And seemingly the beef with Young and Ace and Foolio remains active as Young and Ace recently dropped a new song and video titled Game Over, which I covered. Just type in Young and Ace Analytic Dreams and it should pop up. But basically, Young and Ace is still dissing Foolio even after he died. And now, interestingly enough, Foolio's Instagram account labeled the video trash, even though Foolio passed away. So somebody has an Instagram account talking about reincarnation, putting up posts about, oh, reincarnating, do y'all believe in this or that? Really just harping upon certain ideologies that's very demonic, right? So with that, they responded to Young and Ace diss towards Foolio and calling it trash. and the feud between the two gangs just seemingly would never end. So with that being said, let's just get into into why this is possible in the first place, which is Florida drill rap. This is the whole reason why this is able to happen in the first place. Because if you think about drill, I mean, it originated in Chicago back in early 2010s. So one could say it's because of Chicago that this is even a genre in itself. And one could say it's because of academics that this is even a genre in itself. All of these young black kids killing themselves because they see financial gain from talking about and rapping about the ops dying. If you don't remember, academics had a whole phase in his career where he covered Chirac, which was titled War in Chirac. Included superhero-like characters like Chief Keef, Little Reese, Little Durk, and he talked about them as if they were superheroes in the midst of actual people dying in Chicago, which is very unsettling for a lot of people in Chicago who just want to make an honest living, and now they have to worry about the whole street being shot up because of a beef that's going on, and somebody who's not even in the situation covering it, calling it the war in Chirac. Think about that. So anyways, Florida basically mimicked Chicago and developed its own subgenre of drill rap. And with that, it started to get even more aggressive, and more vitriol started to be spewed in the reflection of violence and offering a new street portrayal, but this time it's in a different location, which is Florida. So because of this fearless attitude towards straightforward delivery and talking about how you kill people and things attaching itself to that, which leads certain rappers from that job, most of them, either ending up in jail or dead. That's where the criticism, which myself included, that's where the criticism arises, because of the explicit content and themes being directly related to the death of youth that is going to be a continuous cycle of violence until it stops. So even though people love drill, people love the drill rap scene, that is not and will never be real music. That will never be respected real music. You think Little Durk made a track with J. Cole called Oh My Life and it got nominated for a Grammy for no reason? People are congratulating and giving you actual award nominations for switching your sound into a more positive tone, because what you grew up making was murder, kill people music. It's not something that's real substance. Bottom of the barrel creativity is drill rap, talking about the different ways you can kill a human and take them off the earth. Because hip hop, as far as a long-standing genre, has elements of that, of course. But from where I've seen it make sense, is they're talking about their life experiences. They're not glorifying it. They're explaining what they came from. Drill scene is glorifying killing people. It's glorifying waking up, not even brushing your teeth because you're ready to catch a op black. And I mean, literally, go listen to the King Von documentary, many documentaries, where King Von was one of his homies was telling a story on how he woke up and King Von was already up running around like it was in the morning. He was like, man, we just gotta go kill some today. And his friend was taken aback. You know, it's like, what are you really searching for in life when that is your main goal? You know? So, I mean, notable Florida rappers like XXXTentacion, Ski Mask, Slum God, are from the Florida scene. Denzel Curry is from the Florida scene, and he doesn't really tap into that drill genre, which is something to note. It's not all Florida rappers. It's just the Florida drill rap scene. That's what I'm specifically talking about, the drill rap scene. And it's just people say the reason it resonates is because it's from raw emotions, and that's just disingenuous. Like, you know what this music is leading towards, and if nobody cares that it keeps taking black young people off the streets, as far as off the earth when it comes to violence, then I don't know what else to say. Like, the Florida drill rap, just drill rap in general, is a reason why you would never be respected in the grand scheme of things when it comes to hip hop. You'll always be that genre that continues to shape the senseless violence in the black community. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about the drill rap scene, and what is your opinion about it when it comes to it being a part of hip hop history?
You've been very outspoken about breaking the cycle of domestic violence in New York City. And given everything that's developed over the weekend with P. Diddy, what are you thinking about possibly rescinding the honor that you gave him last year when you presented him with the key to the city?
I think all of us were deeply disturbed by watching that chilling video of the young lady being assaulted by him, and the committee and the team. We've never rescinded a key before, but we are now sitting down to see what the next steps forward are going to be.
So you are considering it?
We are taking everything under analysis, and the team will come back with me with a final determination.
All right.
So that was Mayor of New York City, Eric Adams, ladies and gentlemen. And you know what? Let's get into Diddy, because one of the big things about this situation is that it is never ending. What did Kendrick say? I can go even further, I promise. And guess what? It's so much for so many more details that we can expound upon in this case. So one of the aspects I wanted to take this segment as far as Diddy is considered is the New York-based law firm Gruben Shire. Hopefully I'm saying that right. Hold on, let me see if AI can help me out right quick.
Grubman, Shire, Meislers, and Sack.
All right, y'all heard the lady. But anyways, all right, so Grubman, Shire, Meisler, and Sack has dropped Sean Diddy Combs and allegations of rape, physical abuse, and sex trafficking. The firm confirmed the decision. Talk about a tongue twister, stating it was made months ago and was the right thing to do. The firm was representing high-profile clients. Well, is still representing high-profile clients like Lil Wayne, Chris Brown, and Lil Nas X. Lil Nas X was a random one. What in the world? People was reporting that Lady Gaga was the reason that this happened, but the firm denied these claims, stating the decision was made proactively by the partners. And another source close to Lady Gaga basically came out and said there is no discussion with the singer as far as regarding that matter. So whatever that means. But Diddy, if you didn't know, is facing multiple lawsuits. So that's why this is a big deal. So if one of the biggest firms is stepping out on you and distancing themselves from you in the midst of multiple lawsuits from alleged victims accusing you of sexual and physical assault and coercion, especially Cassie, who filed a $30 million lawsuit in 2023 detailing the years of abuse and misconduct, which was settled out of court in the span of 48 hours. the $30 million lawsuit was settled. Think about that. And now we're still continuing to get stories like this about Diddy, seemingly confirming that Diddy's days in the free world is numbered, which is something to note, because the legal battles have resulted in significant fallout, including the how you say this word? Hold up. We're going to use AI again. Let's see how we say this word on us.
Revocation.
Okay, I thought I was about to mess that up. The revocation of his honorary degree from Howard University and his key to the city by Mayor Adams. I know I played the beginning where Mayor Adams was considering it, but they actually did end up putting out a notice to take back his key to the city. And as far as the impact on his career, I mean, many companies and entities have completely just severed ties with him, and that was due to him being under criminal investigation for sex trafficking. And then also, as far as going back to Grubman, Shire, and Sachs' response, the law firm basically emphasized their proactive decision to part ways with Diddy, denying external pressure influencing the decision. Basically saying that we've been wanting to get away from this dude and we were just looking for the moment. Because if you don't know, De Leon, I think that's the brand, which is one of the biggest whiskey company in the world, as far as like just owning a bunch of different whiskey brands like Hennessy, things of that nature. And Diddy had a deal under that brand where he made his subsidiary drink Ciroc, and they had a huge falling out, and that was way before any of this Cassie and any of these allegations started to happen. So I think the veil was taken off as far as the security layer that deal gave to him, and this is all speculation for me. So as far as that, I think once that De Leon deal fell through, he didn't have that security that he used to have to promote the brands. Because, you know, when you're promoting certain brands for certain people and making them a lot of money, maybe they'll help you get around certain lawsuits and things of that nature. But now that you're no longer helping them make any money, maybe it's less security on your personal public perception. And I think that's what we're seeing here, as Diddy still did the actions that was accused of him, as far as specifically the Cassie, the kicking Cassie in the hotel. But as far as the date that incident happened and the ramifications of it coming years after, I think there's something to that as far as the De Leon situation. But I'm not going to beat a dead horse. I'm not going to keep going over and over regarding this lawsuit. The biggest thing as far as the evolution of this Diddy saga is that the New York-based law firm Grubman decided to drop Diddy in the midst of all these lawsuits and allegations, and they really only represent, I'm not gonna say only, but they are known to represent high profile clients. So it's just a big development in the Diddy saga that he's being dropped by a New York based law firm that represents like every high profile client. Once again, it's Grumman Shire I forget how to pronounce this again. Hold up. All right, third time's the charm. If I use AI one more time.
Grubman, Shire, Meislers and Sack.
There we go. So Grubman, Shire, Meislers and Sack. So that is the law firm that just dropped Diddy, and it's a pretty big involvement because that's who he was going to be leaning on to help when in regarding these lawsuits. So now, seemingly, he's all by himself. So we'll see what happens now. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Diddy and just the entire saga of Diddy seemingly coming to an end and what is your biggest takeaway from that? That's about it for episode 139, which is, of course, titled Can Elden Ring Make History by Winning Game of the Year Twice? Now, of course, before I get into the recap of episode 139, I definitely want to say, as far as recording and one of my pads that has been definitely influential as far as my character development, let's just say that. Let's pour one out for my old apartment, because, ladies and gentlemen, this is the last episode I'll be recording in this place. And let me tell you something. You know, as far as you, the listener, you probably had no idea, right? But as far as just personal development and a lot of experiences that's happened in this apartment, let me just tell you that this apartment will be missed. And in all actuality, where I'm moving to is much nicer, of course, but it's still the overall feeling of this being the place where you blossom. You know what I mean? I don't know any other way to say it besides the Disney-fied version. But as far as just the evolution, the ultimate realization, the coming to self, the coming to realization. I already said that. The overall acknowledgement of what you're doing and how you affected the masses while doing it. It happened in this apartment. This is one of those that I come back to and realize that, man, this is where it all happened. This is where the quote unquote magic happened, to be corny. You know what I'm saying? I gotta be corny for a second, because it's one of those to where, man, so much stuff was created in this apartment. And just in all honesty, cannot wait to see what the future holds, because from where I started as far as the character and getting into this apartment, from where I ended, insane levels of growth. And like Jay-Z said, you wouldn't believe it if it wasn't in live action. So I'm definitely going to miss this apartment. Definitely going to miss just all the stuff that came with it, you know, the bad and the good. And even though we're moving into a much, much nicer place, it's still the place where I started, you know what I mean? So it's always going to have that special place in my heart, man. All right, that's enough. All right, so yeah, man, that's enough, man. That's my last sentiments about my old apartment. So yeah, this is my last episode recording here, and bittersweet, but at the end of the day, I guess you do have to upgrade at some point. I'm still broke. You know what I mean? I don't care what y'all saying. You know what I'm saying? I'm broke for real. You know what I'm saying? It's hard out here. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, so we're getting a much nicer place, but this definitely holds a special place in my heart. So anyways, last episode recorded in this place, and then that's that on that. So, it got me like Joe Budden out here, just tightening my mic for no reason. Let me see. You ever watched the Joe Budden podcast? Whenever he's getting into it, he just starts tightening his mic for no reason. Pause. Anyways, so yeah, that's about it for episode 139, titled Can Elden Ring Make History by Winning Game of the Year Twice? As far as the overview of the episode, of course, we started with the GOAT and basically talking about his photographer, Theo Scudra, and how, throughout his career, he captured a lot of iconic moments when it comes to Drake and when it comes to the hip-hop discography and just hip-hop archive in general, because capturing the certain moments of the biggest hip-hop artists ever is very pivotal as far as keeping it archived for whenever there's a museum made about Drake. And I wouldn't be surprised if there already is one, but as far as in Canada, but in the US, as far as hip hop archives, it's definitely very pivotal. We point that out. And then also we got into the Shaq album, You Can't Stop the Rain. Kind of got into his surprising deep relationship with Notorious B.I.G., his relationship with Jay-Z and Nas, to the point where he was able to get them both on the same track, and then transitioned into Shaboozey, getting into his album that just came out, got into sales, future plans, personal review, things of that nature. It was a lot of me just quantifying that album as one of the best albums I've heard in 2024. When I tell you Shaboozey is one of the better musicians that I've heard in 2024, I mean that in all intents and purposes. So with that being said, we got into a little bit of the Grammys, a great transition from high quality into the Grammy conversation, as a lot of eligibility rules and things of that nature, as far as names of awards and when you can be eligible for certain awards, was addressed in that segment. And I kind of got into how overall the Grammys looks at certain categories, and they changed it to reflect other ones. So that was nice to get into the Grammy Awards, adjusting the eligibility. Then, of course, we transition into Sony Interactive and them replacing their former boss, Jim Ryan, with co-CEOs. And there was 2 new CEOs that they replaced them with. And the biggest thing with that is both of those CEOs are going to reflect just different things in the company as far as how they're going to run it. Because if you don't know, I mean, goodness, the way they split up the CEO title, you would have thought that it was definitely impossible for one man to do that job. I mean, they have 2 people splitting 2 different roles and responsibilities, like Hideaki, which is one of them. He's basically the CEO and responsible for technology, products, services, platform experience, third-party publisher, and developer relations, while the other person, Herman, is responsible for content development, publishing, business operations, as well as overseeing the expansion of PlayStation IPs to film and TV. I mean, there's just no way that could have been done by one person. So that's very interesting how they're splitting that up into 2 people. It's almost like PlayStation realized, hey, we should probably pay more people if we want better results. So that was funny to see. Then we had Disney and Warner Bros. Teaming up to start a new streaming bundle. Not going to spend too much time on that. Basically, just recap how streaming is becoming the new cable TV, the way they're partnering up 24/7. So that bundle announcement was hilarious to see in itself, because you would have thought that these streaming services was the next evolution of content, when in all actuality, most of these streaming services aren't making money like a Netflix, because the reason they even did it was because of Netflix. But now that they're not thriving like Netflix, they're like, okay, let's team up to get Netflix out of here. Kind of sounds like cable TV, don't it? So it was interesting to see that revelation. Then we got into the main course of this episode, which is, of course, Big E, and it was definitely video proof, as Shadow of the Erdtree is definitely one of the best games of all time as far as reception and public reception. Personally, I can't say that yet because I haven't played it, but as far as the base game, Elden Ring, I could personally say it's one of the better games I've ever played. Once you put like 100+ hours into a game willingly, and it's just still interesting for you to want to jump back in, you're probably playing one of your favorite games of all time, because Elden Ring is just really really captivating as far as his world. And I just think the overwhelmingly positive reviews of Shadow of the Erdtree it just gets me very excited to jump back in. And once again, I will be putting out Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree gameplay. So all my people over at Spotify, all my people over at Analytic Dreams video on Spotify asking about if gameplay walkthroughs are coming back. They definitely are. And I'm making a whole new channel. So if you want to watch me play live, I'll make a whole new channel for Analytic Dreams Gaming. And then I'm probably going to live stream from my Twitter account, because that seems to be the new and popping thing. So yeah, that's the plan. So I'm not trying to be like Mark Phillips and play and promise something that doesn't happen, but that's the plan. So we'll see if that ends up coming to fruition. So I definitely plan on getting a lot of Elden Ring gameplay content out there soon, because I've been dealing with recording this episode, and of course other things, moving, a lot of stuff, a lot of moving pieces, literally. So what else? Then we have, I lost my place. Oh yeah, so moving on from the main event, we got into Senua's Saga Hellblade 2 review roundup, and then we got into a lot of the different sales, and then transitioning from that, got into my nerdy bag with Spider-Man Black Suit and Blood, which is basically the overall comic. And actually, no, we got into Marvel Rivals, I believe. Yeah, we got into Marvel Rivals. I have the topics listed out, but I think they're out of order. So we got into Marvel Rivals, and I talked about just the game reception in general, how and why it's compared to Overwatch, and if it holds any credence as far as it being compared to Overwatch, and just the overall release date as far as the beta announcement, not the actual game. And once again, the beta is coming out July 23rd, if you want to know. So definitely sign up for that if you want to play it. And it's out. It's going to be out on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X and S, and PC. So that's a big deal. Heard great things about that game, so we'll see what it ends up. If it ends up continuing to be great. Then we got into Spider-Man Black Suit and Blood. I basically got into my nerd bag, talking about one of my favorite my favorite fictional creation of all time, which is Spider-Man. As it's coming out with a new comic for the Black Suit, and it's more of a, let me see. It's more of like a just it's a celebratory comic about the 40th anniversary of Spider-Man's iconic black costume. So it's just a great 4th issue mini series that's coming out August 7th, basically encapsulating how iconic the black suit is. So that's going to be great. I can't wait for that comic series that comes out once again August 7th. And then we transition into, I think that's when we got into Star Wars Hunters. Yeah, I think that was Star Wars Hunters. Sorry if this is out of order. Sometimes I forget the order that I've covered everything in. Because, hey, spoiler. Well, not spoiler, but, the plot twist. I don't do this all in one day. Like, it's too much topics to do in one day, especially the amount of research that I'm starting to do for each topic. So, Star Wars Hunters came out. No, it's already out. So it's a mobile game, and basically the premise of it is it's more of a squad-based PvP arena shooter, and a lot of people are enjoying the mobile game. And the thing about mobile games is I don't play it on mobile, so I be cheating for the most part. Like, I love playing mobile games on my PC, man. I just feel like Scump himself, you know what I mean? The way I be putting up 40, 50 plus kills on Call of Duty, Apex Legends, you name it. Like little kids, little Timmy that just finished coloring his coloring book, and then he gets on the game only to get demolished by me. It's satisfying, man. I don't know what it is, but as far as hopping on mobile games on PC, man, I'd be killing. So anyways, then what else? Star Wars Hunters, and then what else I get into? Something else. I already talked about that. Okay. I think we got into X Defiant. Yeah, X Defiant, and then that was more of the later segment of the episode, as X Defiant seems to be a game that people are enjoying simply because it's free to play, and Black Ops 6 isn't out anymore. And that's as simply as I could state it. Then we went from that game to Body Cam. And we got into an interesting discussion, because I feel like Body Cam is one of those games where it's ultra realistic, and the anti-violence police is going to come out, because a game as realistic as Body Cam being as accessible to the masses is going to cause reaction that's detrimental to the gaming space, because every incident is going to be attributed to body cam because of the ultra realistic military FPS game, right? And they're going to try to compare that to real life events. Politicians do it all the time to not talk about the real issue of gun control and things of that nature. So they're going to be blaming this game. This game is going to be the new mascot for putting the blame on certain real life happenings. And that's where I'm going to leave it at. So anyways, we got into more lighthearted. Well, no, not lighthearted. We got into Doc Dissection. That man is over. There's nothing really too much to get into. Obviously, I'm not going to cover him anymore after this. I basically covered him to let y'all know that this man was wilding, and his career and deeds need to be over. Like, what he did is inexcusable, and he needs to sit with himself for forever and deal with that. So yeah, it's over. It's over for him. So going from that, we got into Chris Brown, more lighthearted topics, as Chris Brown just breaking relationships left and right with his 11/11 tour. Significant others are going out, paying $300 to $600, and then paying an additional $11, so basically $1,111 to meet and greet Chris Brown. But for certain fans, that meet and greet is flipped. You know what I'm saying? So let's just say their significant others did not enjoy the public embarrassment, and now the relationship is over. So my personal sentiment is the relationships that got affected was already rocky in the first place. No strong foundation as far as a relationship, I think, would be altered by one picture, no matter how egregious it is, because once again, they did pay for it. So anyways, and it is Chris Brown. Like, come on, most talented human on the planet. So anyways, Young and Ace and Fulio. That situation I got into and basically talked about the originator, which is the Chicago drill scene. I got into how Young and Ace and Fulio beef originated and where it's at now. Of course, rest in peace of Fulio. And overall, I gave my sentiments on how the rap drill scene is completely inhumane and at this point should be despised by the public. With that being said, I finished with Diddy news, and with Diddy, he has been dropped by a premier New York-based law firm, Grubin, Shire, Mezelas, and Sack. So basically, the premier New York-based law firm that represents mostly high-profile clients such as Lil Wayne, Chris Brown, etc., just dropped Diddy, and it's a big deal because if you don't know, Diddy is going through a lot right now. He's in the middle of allegations of rape, physical abuse, sex trafficking, and the only thing he settled, I say the only thing, but the $30 million that Cassie was wanting for her lawsuit got settled in less than 48 hours. So no telling what everybody else is asking for. So yeah, Diddy is going through a lot, and it doesn't help that one of the most premier law firms just distance themselves from him. And that was about it for episode 139, which of course once again was titled "Can Elden Ring Make History by Winning Game of the Year Twice?" So only the Game Awards by Jeff Keighley would be able to answer that question. So we'll see if that ends up happening in the future. But as far as right now, thank you for tuning in to the Notorious Mass Effect podcast, and don't be afraid to send me an email letting me know what you think of the show and what you want me to talk about in the next episode. Also, click my link tree in my bio to access my social media and to keep up with my latest activities. Wait, no, yeah, I messed up. Click my link tree in my bio to access my social medias and to keep up with my latest activities. And definitely do that. Like, click my link tree in my bio, because I'll probably be adding I may add my gaming channel. I don't know. I may do it like my other channel, which I don't promote, because I want that to have like organic growth. But which this one had, but at this point, I just want to branch out a little bit. So if I'm gonna talk about it, but I probably won't promote it as much. But as far as the gameplay walkthroughs, just expect those to be on Analytic Dreams video on Spotify, which is already a link in my link tree. So make sure to click my link tree to keep up with my latest activities and access my social media. So if you want to support the show financially, click my Cash App located towards the bottom of my link tree, as it helps the show grow overall. And it helps the show overall. I don't know why I took a long pause. I was like, I can't read. Hold up, give me a second. I got on my Floyd Mayweather glasses. Hold on, let me put on my 50 Cent glasses. Give me a second. Here we go. Yeah, there we go. I had to switch it up. You know what I'm saying? All right. If you want to support the show financially, click my Cash App link located towards the bottom of the link tree, as it helps the show overall. Make sure to rate this podcast 5 stars on whatever platform you're currently listening on, as this helps the show reach more people so we can grow together and affect the masses. Thank you for tuning in to another episode of the Notorious Mass Effect